Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone. Namaste. And we are in Pune, India for the fifth leg of the 2025 FIDE Women's Grand Prix. And here we already have action kicking off. Games just started about a couple of minutes earlier. And we already have fire on the board on our featured game here between Nurgyul, Salimova, and Divya Deshmukh. We'll just catch up with the live camera as well, and we see d4 by Nurgyul, knight f6, knight f3, e6, bishop f4, the London system, and after c5, e3, takes, we have the aggressive h4 here by Salimova, very, very attacking player from Bulgaria, and she's playing the Indian star Divya Deshmukh, and plenty of action here. And if we could just show the pairings of round one, and where we can see all of the players here. So remember, this is the fifth leg of the Grand Prix, and as you can see, wonderful graphics by our team here. We have Munguntuul from Mongolia playing Melia Salome from Georgia, and then we have Zhu Jiner, who finished second in the last Grand Prix, versus Harika, who finished third in Cyprus in just the Grand Prix before this in March 2025. Alina Kashlinskaya actually is the winner of the first Grand Prix of this season. She's playing Polina Shuvalova, and both of them are last-minute replacements for Sara Sadat and Katerina Lano. Next up, as we have already discussed, we have Salimova versus Divya Deshmukh, a battle between two young stars. And lastly is the India battle between Vaishali, Rameshbabu, and Koneru, Humpy. Humpy and Vaishali, both of them eyeing for the spot in the Grand Prix. And viewers, so just to explain a little bit about the Grand Prix, it is like a series of 6 events, and about 20 top women players play 3 of any 6. So each player has a chance to score as many points as possible in 3 of the 6 events. They can only choose and pick and play 3 events, and the best performing 2 players of these 6 tournaments go through to the women's candidates in 2026, that will be held in April 2026. So a very, very famous FIDE event, like a FIDE series of events, the Grand Prix. And yeah, we can expect plenty of fireworks, because though Alexandra Goryachkina, who's won 2 legs of the Grand Prix this year, is leading by many, many points, but plenty of players, about I think of 5 out of the 10 players here, are still in contention and would love to grab the second spot. And we have out of them, Koneru, Humpy playing here, Kashlinskaya, Munguntuul is playing here, Zhu Jiner and Harika, the 2 medalists from the Cyprus Grand Prix as well. So plenty of things at stake. We are just round 1 in the first few minutes of the Grand Prix here in Pune, India. And now with that, let's dive into the games. So yeah, as I was just saying earlier, we have Salimova versus Divya. We can see Divya is very well prepared. She's more time now than she started with. And yeah, great position for black, developing her bishop. White, can try to be more aggressive with h5, h6. So that's a possibility. We'll come back to the game once we have a few more moves. And as you can see, the players thinking, yeah, Salimova having a think. Maybe this was a move that she missed in her prep, I feel. Or just maybe trying to remember something. You never know. But yeah, that was Salimova versus Divya Deshmukh. Let's come into the Indian derby of the day with Vaishali and Humpy. Plenty of things to. And in fact, a fun story is both of these players are part of the gold medal winning Olympiad team for India in Budapest last year. And playing your teammate is always tough, but we have the top 4 Indian women players, all of them playing here. So, and because of federation rules and FIDE rules, we might have them playing only in the first few rounds. So plenty of action coming in the Indian derbies in the first few rounds as well. So Vaishali starts with e4. Humpy plays the the king's pawn opening with e4, e5, and we see a Italian game here with bishop c4 by Vaishali. Humpy also winning the Women's World Rapid Championship, a two-time gold medal winner there. Just happened in the month of December, so fresh of that, and also very, very important spot for the women's candidates that is at stake between these two players. So very, very good friends, off the board, but I'm expecting some action tonight on this board. So d3, defending the pawn on e4, and then after bishop e7, short castle, and knight c3, developing the knights. Pawn to d6. And Vaishali plays the interesting a4 here. Always nice to have space for your bishop, because after knight a5, white does not want to get rid of the bishop, because this bishop is an extremely strong piece on the long diagonal, and is very, very important. So that's the intention of Vaishali, to play pawn to a4. So when black plays knight a5, we just drop the bishop back, and our bishop is still alive and kicking. After a4, knight a5 was still played by Humpy, and bishop drops back to bishop a2. And Humpy plays knight c6 back. Like it's like a cheeky little draw offer, because if Vaishali goes bishop c4 again, Humpy, is maybe ready to accept the draw with the black pieces and getting a solid start in this Grand Prix. But I think Vaishali might, try something. You might go h3 to, stop the bishop from coming to g4 and pinning your knight. So that is one possibility. So I would say h3 is possible. Vaishali could also develop her own bishop, just get the bishop and queen out in this way. Knight e2, knight g3 is a very, very common idea as well in the Italian. So plenty of action coming up, and plenty to play for the Indian stars in this, and playing on home silence. I think the first ever FIDE Grand Prix event that's being held in India. So an amazing thing for Indian chess, and India has both the gold medals in the Olympiads, the world champion Gukesh, as well as Humpy in the women's world rapid champions. So also the world junior champion Pranav from Chennai, India again. So plenty of world titles, but we'll see if and ever we will have a women's world champion from India. Time will tell on that. And meanwhile, I will just have to have a look at the body language of the players, as we can see on our amazing cameras there. And if you can go full screen if possible, and just see who's looking the more confident here. I think Humpy is just the pose that she always has, and Vaishali also comfortable leaning back in her chair. And we have the nice little player cards on the board for both players. So always nice to see that. And we might have, plenty of action coming up in other boards as well. So let's switch to another interesting matchup between Zhu Jiner and Dronavalli Harika. So we'll try to get the cams as well. And we see Harika ji has left her board already, maybe taking a little break. But let's catch up from the start of the game. And I think both of these players, medalists, silver and bronze medalists from the last FIDE event. So in form, and again vying for the second spot, because more likely it is going to be Alexander Goryachkina that's going to be winning the first spot from this. So about 5 players in this tournament will be trying to get in on that second spot that gives them a direct seat into the 2026 candidates. So let's check out how Zhu Jiner starts off with e4, e6. Harika playing her favorite French defense. A big expert in the French, and loves to play this with the black pieces. And we see, no, if bishop b4, we would have seen the Winawer variation, but after knight c3, bishop e7, black is just happy to, get a simple position in the opening. And after knight f3, knight f6, e5 and knight e4. A nice move, and you can just by the clock timings here on the left, you can see 1 minute 31 for Harika, and Zhu has just 122. So Harika has more time than she started off with. So that's great news. Just shows who's the more well prepared player in this scenario. And as you can see on the camera above me, Zhu Jiner also thinking a lot and try to figure out what's the opening, what's the prep here. And I think I'm sure this position has happened plenty of times, but Zhu just trying to figure out the best possible answer. Bishop d3 is possible, of course. There's another idea to just not trade the knights with knight e2. We'll see what she does, and we can, as we can see, Harika not at the board, just taking a little break, and Zhu Jiner is thinking hard on what she can do. The white games are really important. You might get 5 whites or 4 blacks, so very important to make use of your white games, because with black the players are more often than not happy with a draw. So that's going to be really important. Let's have a look around some of the other games as well, with Kashlinskaya versus Shuvalova. If we can go to that game. Uh, Two very strong players from Russia earlier, but now Kashlinskaya playing for Poland. She's also married to Radek Wojtacek, a very strong Polish GM, and Shuvalova was playing for the sorry, yeah, playing for Russia earlier, but now she's playing under the FIDE flag. So two very strong players, both of them former women, former world junior girls champion, and both of them, interestingly, are I think last minute replacements to Sara Sadat and Lano. Let's see how the game starts off with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. So we have the Spanish opening in this one, and Kashlinskaya was, I think, the winner of the first Grand Prix that was in Tbilisi. So Kashlinskaya with I think she got about 130 points. Let me check. Yeah, 130 points. That is what you get for first place. So she's definitely looking to put in another strong effort. And currently, if I can just share the standings with you. So Goryachkina is on 308 points. And I don't know if you have the standings for that. Yeah, there we go. Thank you to our producer there. Goryachkina is on 308 points. Then we have Asabayeva with 197, Muzichuk with 189, Solakidu at 174. But it's interesting where we come to the rank 6 and 7 here with Koneru, Humpy, and Kashlinskaya, who have 161 and 130 points respectively. But as we know, a win would a direct win, like you're not sharing first place, that would give you 130 points. And a win for Humpy or Kashlinskaya would catapult them right into second place. And rank 3 doesn't matter, if I'm being very honest, in this event, because just the top 2 seeds get the seeding into the candidates. There might be a scenario where a player qualifies from 2 different streams, but then it's again, you don't want to be waiting in on that. So yeah, plenty of important spots here, 2 spots to play, and Kashlinskaya will be hoping to repeat her success in the first Grand Prix in Tbilisi. So bishop b5, the Spanish on the board, a6, of course, the most common response. Bishop a4, knight f6, short castle, bishop e7, rook e1, yes, b5. Pretty standard stuff so far, nothing very unusual. And short castle a4, bishop b7, pawn to d3, and d6. As I think with the clock situation, I can see Kashlinskaya in very good prep so far, and Polina has thought about for 7 to 8 minutes, And after d6, we had a few more moves in h3 4 from white. And I think our idea is just to get the knight to g3 via knight d2, then get the knight to f1, and finally to, whoops, not that, yeah, to g3. And then the knight can come into the attack with via knight f5. So nice idea there. Bishop knight h5, sorry, bishop a2, very important. Like, I think it was also in the Vaishali versus Humpy game, where this bishop is really important. We do not want to lose that bishop, and that's why I often play this a4 idea, just to have this bishop some more squares. And like we discussed, bishop drops back, thus we do not want to give up that bishop for this knight on the corner. And pawn to c5, white, black is ready to go back with knight c6 at any point. And now Alina plays knight d2, and we might actually get these plans from white. And I think that's what Polina is thinking now, and trying to figure out how can we stop this. It's not really easy from her side, and I think she's about to make a move. No. Yeah, plenty. I think she was thinking about that. And this was the fourth game, and I feel in all the boards we have some action. And just we'll check with the viewers if there are any predictions for results today. I feel we might have at least 2 to 3 decisive games, because all these top women players are just playing very good fighting chess. And we might really get some action right from round 1 year in the fifth leg of the 2025 Women's FIDE Grand Prix. I think the last board to have a look is between Munguntuul versus Salome. Let's check it out from the start. As again, I see Melia Salome away from the board, and with good opening prep. If we could just go from the start, the Sicilian in this one. So we got one London, one Italian, one Spanish, one Sicilian, and one French. So it's like the complete package here. All five games have different openings. So that's going to be super fun. And the Open Sicilian by Munguntuul, and I think she also was a medalist in one of the events. Let me just quickly confirm. Yeah, so Munguntuul won bronze in Monaco in the February leg. So it was the third leg. So she was also vying for one of those elusive candidate spots there. So after the close Sicilian, then d6, knight c3, a6, knight e3, pretty much standard theory so far. And knight c4, this is an interesting idea. I think the top move is also knight c4, knight d5 is another playable move. But now, after the very standard rook b8, I'm not sure why Munguntuul is thinking so much, because we are pretty much in top level theory with ideas like knight e3, or you can just go with the other knight as well to d5. Both very, very good options. And we have about 230 odd games at a4, as we can see, just being played. And Munguntuul noting down the move, noting down the clock time as well. A very good practice if you are a young chess player, keeping track of how many minutes you thought on every move, just so that once you come back home and you analyze your own games, that's going to be really important there. So a4, I mean, not a novelty, I would say, but a new move in than the standard position. So it's the third best reply here, with like I said, knight e3 or knight d5 being the top level moves, and a4. And we have about 40 moves in the position out of the, I think, 230 odd games here. And we're going to be having some nice Bisleri water and some packaged water that's a sponsor also for this event. And we see Salome returning to her board, and she's also thinking a bit and leans in. Can we get a full screen, please, on the players? I just wanted to see some more body language of the players, and you see, she's sensing something amiss. Uh, I feel Salome was not expecting this move, and in fact, we can also see how confident is she with her move timing. If she plays something in the next couple of minutes, like 2 3 minutes, I would say Black is still in prep. As we can see, the timing also she has more than 1 hour 30 minutes. But if she takes like a longer thing of 4 to 5 minutes, then I would expect that she's out of her prep. Yeah, just I think figuring it out, taking it in, and yeah, we have a full roundup of all the five games so far. Just also reading the chat, if you think there's some interesting move, interesting position, game, and you would just like to check in on someone, we can always do that. And I think there's an interesting development in Zhu Jiner versus Harika, and that was after we saw Harika's amazing prep. It was with knight e4, queen d3 was played. Moves like bishop d3 or oops, yeah, bishop d3 was the most strongest move here possible, and I think queen d3 is yeah, queen d3 only one other time was played, and already after knight into c3 we have a new move in the position. So f5 was played in a previous game here, but after knight c3, queen c3, the players are in new territory, and we have a completely new position here. And if we can get a full screen, please, producer G, we will have, we can see Harika, locked in. That's her typical thinking pose, even in like all events over so many years. We have seen that pose so many times from Harika, and Zul is thinking and trying to figure out ways to get finish a development quickly. There might be some ideas, very basic. Of course, the players at this level won't miss it, but this would pin or trap your queens. So maybe there's a move coming like a3, or once even Harika plays short castle, we can go bishop d3 and get arcing to safety as well. So I think this is going to be an interesting thing, and both the players look like they're out of prep. As we saw earlier, this position has never reached in any top level chess games, and there's no record of these games. So we will have some new, plenty of new action in this opening, and maybe this opening catches on as well. And yeah, with that, let's see if any other games are interesting. I think Vaishali versus Humpy is also looking good. If we can just pop over there and check out. I think we left the game around at knight c6, where we saw this cheeky little draw offer by Humpy, but of course Vaishali is here to play, here to fight, and she plays h3, stopping the bishop coming into g4 and whoops, and pinning our queen like we had discussed, and h3 pawn to h6. White is also stopping the white bishop coming to g5, and Vaishali then goes for the central pawn break with d4. Very important to note, when in these e4 e5 structures, whoever gets in this pawn break first, d4 or d5, generally enjoys the advantage and has a better position. So after h3 at 6, Vaishali went in with d4 and knight d4, knight d4, e d4, queen d4, and bishop e6 is was the move challenging this bishop on a2, and then bishop into e6, f into e6 is the position we have on the board, and it looks like a very very nice position for white. See, the queen is in the center, The pawns are slightly weak, move like e5 can come in at any point to undermine these two pawns. And, I just feel White's moves and White's game is going to be easy. So Bishop e3, Rook d1, plenty of simple moves, and it's going to be Black who's going to be thinking and coming up with ideas. And it's just like even if it was a blitz game or a classical game, White's moves just come so easily to your mind, and I feel Humpy would have to defend this one. And yeah, it was a nice roundup of all the games here we have in Pune at the fifth Women's Grand Prix of 2025. And we'll be back shortly after a quick break. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Namaste. And we are here back in Pune at the fifth leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. And I have a very special guest with us, Mr. Aditya Deshpande, uh, of the director of the City Corporation. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just want to thank you from the FIDE team and all of us here at MCA for giving us this wonderful playing venue. And the playing hall, the accommodation, the food, everything has been great. And just like to ask you about your involvement and how did you feel having a top FIDE event in Pune?
It's actually a privilege, and we are very proud to be able to host this in the city of Pune. We're very thankful to the All India Chess Federation and the Maharashtra Chess Association to be able to do this. And Surprisingly, we already from last night seen so many kids coming to yesterday's event to the games today that I think this is going to be a big inspiration for all of us. And I don't think we've had an event of this level in Pune for a very long time.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, I would like to also mention that this is the first ever FIDE Grand Prix, men or women, in India.
Oh wow, I did
So,
not know that. So
and yeah, Pune has always been
at the forefront of
yeah
it. So
forefront of chess and helping Indian chess grow. And we finally have 4 Indian players also playing. And how does that make you feel in your city, in your hotel?
that's a very proud moment, right? 4 out of 8 players from India is a big deal. So all the best to all of them. Hopefully, one of them actually wins.
And just before we go, we have Vaishali versus Humpy playing. Both the Indian derby in today's edition.
Yes.
I know you said your chess is not that great, but if you just would make a prediction for this game, please.
This one most definitely Koneru.
Koneru Humpy, and thank you so
Thank
much. And we, would say a big thank you from all of us here for this amazing place and the wonderful playing hall that you see above us as well. So thank you so
Thank you.
much
Thank you for having
for
me.
helping us with everything, and we hope to see you here again. So
Our pleasure. Thank you.
thank you. And yeah, we see f takes e6 and e5, like I discussed in the game, a move that undermines both the pawns. And yeah, it's quite a really interesting position because after, I think, yeah, Humpy ma'am took d into e5 and queen takes e5, and we see queen d6, a really nice position for white, because this pawn on e6 is always going to be weak. All endgames are going to support the white player, and Vaishali should be very happy with her opening prep. And I feel it's like a two results position. So white is either going to win this game, or at most it's going to be a draw. So a very nice opening by Vaishali, and she's just thinking, how to make best use of it. There's a possibility of rook e1, just threatening to take. Bishop f4 looks tempting, but I don't think how well that might work for white. But plenty of options. There's something even as simple as queen e2, as the engine suggests. Just drop back the queen, hitting on e6, and then you go rook e1. And I feel, somewhere things went wrong for black here, but it's like not that much, a very slight advantage for white, but I would say only it's a two results position. So 70 to 80% this game should end in a draw, but the other 20-25% chance for Vaishali to get this home and start off with a win. Yeah. Let's have a look at some other game as well if we have some action. Yep, let's go to the game we saw first between Salimova and Divya Deshmukh. And if we can see, we left the game around h4 last time out. And after h4, bishop e7 we saw, and knight c3, bishop b7 from Divya. If white goes in for this very basic motif she always has, knight to a6 protecting that. She also has pawn to d6, which protects everything here. So of course Salimova doesn't go for the aggressive knight b5, but she just uh, develops the bishop with bishop d3. And after a6, we have queen e2. I really like this move by white, because she's keeping the option of castling on either side. So it's actually like a game of chess where, Salimova is waiting for Divya to castle so that she can start attacking on the king's side because her pawn is already there. And Divya pushes b5, threatening to push the pawn to b4, hitting the knight. And actually, to save that, Salimova plays pawn to a3, just stopping this pawn from advancing. And after d6, it's like game of cat and mouse. Nobody's revealing where they are going to put their king. and that is what makes this game very, very interesting. I think I would predict a decisive result in this game because the pawns have been flying right from the start. Salimova is down 25 minutes from the start of the game. Divya has just taught for 2 or 3 minutes. So that just shows she's more comfortable maybe in this position, and we might definitely have a result on this board. And I feel more often than not, it's maybe going to be white because she has good space on both sides of the board. But again, the end games are going to be bad for white in this in these positions because white is kind of overextended herself, and because of that, there are some weaknesses that are going to be there in the end game. And if I'm just peeking over to Silicon friend, and there's an idea of G4. Wow, just trying to figure out what would be the threat of G4. Because of course black can capture, but you have something like Rook G1 there. This, I think if Salimova plays that, it's then definitely going to be fire on the board, and I feel white has to find G4. It's in the spirit of the opening. It's in the spirit of what she has chosen her like her start. And I feel Bono G4, there is a strong possibility it might happen. Let's try and dig in a little bit deeper into this. So knight into G4. Does white have rook G1, but then H5? And now this bishop is not hitting our rook, and then we can go something like knight G5. That is one possibility. And the engine actually ignores everything and wants white to castle on the queen side this time. And you see this rook is going to come here, the rook is going to come here. White has such good activity, very good piece development, the king is safe, so it's definitely worth a pawn. And as they say normally in chess, like one pawn equals to three tempos or three developing moves. And if Salimova is going to get that, she should definitely think about it very, very seriously. And we see Divya returning to her chair. Maybe she's figuring it out. What is Salimova thinking about? It's been almost like 5 to 7 minutes that she's thinking now. So definitely, I would say clash of this round. And funnily enough, our producer also had the same game as the thumbnail for this day. So maybe some nice prediction by the team as well. And let's see how this one develops. We'll try to have a look at a couple of other games as well. Let's get into Kashlinskaya versus Shuvalova, because that's another game where one side looks to have out prepared the opponent, with Kashlinskaya having 1 minute 29 1 hour 29 minutes, which is almost like a thinking time of 1 minute so far. And it's been 15 moves into the position. I'm sure, of course, the players get increment 30 seconds every move, but Shuvalova is down to 1 hour 5 minutes. Very similar time management between Salimova and Shuvalova versus Alina and Divya look like the more better prepared players. So I think we left this game around here at this point after a5, knight a5, bishop a2, pawn c5, knight bd2, like I had shown earlier with this plan. Bishop c8 is an interesting turn, trying to maybe challenge the bishop with bishop e6, very similar to what Humpy did against Vaishali in today's game. And Kashlinskaya continued with knight f1, trying to get in both of these squares. Pawn to b4, interesting. Maybe there's like a pawn sack coming up. You you might give up your pawn to shut this bishop in a way. Kashlinskaya continues with knight e3, and after bishop e6, the bishop is here finally to challenge its counterpart. And then we have knight c4 by white. Okay, knight c4. I think that's what Polina is thinking, because if she takes, it's going to be bishop takes, and if you recapture, then after d takes c4, this is going to be a problem for black because it's a backward pawn. It's with a bad bishop as well. So, that might run into big problems for black. And it's white has, such a nice position. Just get the queen up, pawn to b3, bishop b2, rook d1. Very easy game. In fact, easier than what Vaishali would have against Humpy here. And I think Kashlinskaya is definitely confident about this one. And that's what I think Polina is thinking, because after knight c4, the trades, might reduce the pressure, but it's like going to be a very tough middle game and a tough end game for black. Have to be defending throughout the day. So yeah, I think that's for the second game, and we see uh no, I thought we were going to see a move, but if not, let's switch around again. Once again, we'll try to check board one between Munguntuul and Salome. I think we saw till rook b8 and a4 was, the third best move in the position by Munguntuul, and that had Melia Salome thinking. And after knight f6, which she played in about 10 minutes, so 15 minutes was taken by Munguntuul before she played a4, and Salome showed that she's also kind of out of her prep now. A new position for her, but comes up with the best move. That is what you see. All of these top women players, they might need something anytime but they know their openings. They know which piece belongs where, and that's what makes them super strong players and very difficult to beat. And after knight f6, we saw bishop g5, and then knight to d4. Now, this is a very interesting idea by black, and I think she wants to play rook c8 is another strong move. Also, masking the attack of white pieces here on the d6 pawn. Of course, because bishop is there, but if bishop takes, and then this pawn is weak. So 94, interesting option, and the the computer actually likes white, as we can see our bar on the left as well, 0.81. I think it's the highest advantage any player has gotten so far in this Grand Prix, and we we might see some attacking play by Munguntuul, and she's thinking she, of course, has a medal from this series of the FIDE Grand Prix as well. So we'll be looking to add to that in Pune as well. And plenty of options here. Knight d5 is one. Bishop d3, again, a very nice option. Bishop to f6 also. So what we have seen a pattern, white is very well prepared in almost all of the games and is getting an advantage here, and that is why holding, or making a draw with black and striking with the white games has been a strategy of most players at the top level chess and even top level in women's chess. So we can see that pattern continuing, and it will be interesting to see if Divya can actually spring a surprise by winning with the black pieces here. So we're going to still thinking. We are around move 10 so far. 95, I would say it's we can might see that on the board, but I also see nothing wrong. I mean, of course, we have the advantage of having the engine, but just bishop d3 short castle looks super strong for white. And black's questionable opening choice might come into the picture, and it just feels easier to play from the white side in this one. All right, let's have a look at another game uh, between Zhu Jiner and Harika before we take another quick break. So let's see how the Chinese player Zhu Jiner is holding up after Queen had come to c3 in the opening, and I would have tried knight c6 myself. I know it's like a simple trap, but just Harika, an expert in the French, so I'll take her word for it. b6 was played. She's trying to get in the c5 break. That's so crucial in this. And if you're a big expert in an opening, you know the subtleties that Harika knows here. Maybe she's just threatening to castle, and then the bishop is going to come out to a6. So if we can have a sample line, so bishop e3, short castle, bishop e2, and black gets in bishop a6, because Harika knows, and all French players know, that this is the bad bishop for white, for black, sorry, and this is the good bishop for white, and it's always nice to trade that. Otherwise, because here you can see this bishop is stuck behind those two pawns, and that is why it's the bad bishop. So bishop e3 was played, and pawn to a5 by Harika. Okay, finally, not again a cheeky threat with bishop b4, pinning and winning the queen, and of course you wouldn't expect Zhu Jiner to fall for it. Queen d2 steps back, because after bishop b4, white has simple c3. And after queen d2, we see c5 played very rather quickly by Harika, and just showing that she knows a bit more than her opponent so far. And pawn to c3 was Zhu's reply, and we see she is looking a little bit more confident than we saw earlier, and Harika locked in with her usual pose and trying to figure out, do I get the bishop out from here? Do I play knight c6? And knight c6 is on the board. So good move, because bishop b5 doesn't really matter, because we have enough protection for the knight, and just trying to hit the pawn structure here for black, because castle f6, another very common motif in the French defense, and we might just see another game featuring that. But after knight c6, I think Zhu Jiner also just bending more into the position and thinking about ideas like bishop b5, queen d1, queen a4 is an interesting option, or also just pawn to a3, because you want to go b4, not now, once your king is castled, pieces are developed, and the rooks are connected, and then you could try with ideas of locking on your queen side. So I think, yeah, it's the second round up done. We're almost about an hour into the game, and we'll have a quick break, and maybe a very, very interesting guest on the other side of this short break. Hello, namaste, everyone. We have a very special guest with us, Ashwin Rimalji. Welcome,
Hey, hello, Rakesh.
and a very warm welcome
Oh, thank
to
you.
you. And you've been a big sports lover, chess promoter. You own a chess team as well
Yes.
in the Maharashtra Chess League earlier. And how are you looking at this event?
Oh, it is absolute privilege to have one of the Grand Prix events in Pune. As you are aware, India has been doing really well over the past few years. Uh, we have in both in the men's and the women's section. So it's particularly a matter of interest for the sports enthusiasts and chess enthusiasts of Pune to have a tournament of this magnitude to be hosted here. We are very glad to have all the international players and of course especially the four Indian players who seem to be doing a pretty good job overall.
And yeah, speaking of the Indian players, we have one of them playing here, Dronavalli Harika, and she's playing the Chinese player Zhu Jiner. And just in the break, you were telling me about how both these players have a very good chance to qualify for the candidates.
Oh yes, particularly Zuzina. I mean, she's played one leg so far and she's won it. So at least going by aggregate, she presently is the highest aggregated player over
Correct.
individual ties. So I'm sure she'll be wanting a very good tournament here. Uh, as you're aware, Harika, I think will need to be a little lucky. She'll need to win
Correct.
the tournament and she'll need to have a little bit of luck on her side. But Humpy, of course, has a more realistic chance of getting into the top two post if she does manage to win this leg. So as you say, this is the second last leg of the Grand Prix. All players have possible chances of winning. We have only one player who's I can say clearly been qualified for the candidates Korean.
Yeah.
So the one spot is wide open, and I think that makes this leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix very exciting.
Absolutely. And like Ashwinji was mentioning, Sujin are having the highest aggregate score. If we could have the scores of all the like the standings so far of the four previous Grand Prix, that gives a good idea here. And as we can see, Goryachkina is miles ahead of everyone
Oh yes,
else.
she has had a very good
308 points or so.
and she's finished all her three, but
Yeah.
I think that's very good.
So one seat we can lock in for
Yes, we surely have one seat for that, I guess.
And it's now for the second spot, Ashwin, that we can see Asayeva, Muzichuk, Solakidu. Tanzongi might come in from as we know, the Women's World Championship is also
Yes,
going on.
yes.
So she might get that seat. But then we come into this interesting bracket of Koneru Humpy, Kashlinskaya, and Zhu Jiner. So plenty of chances here, and all of them around that 130, 160 mark.
I think no. I think among all of this, Zhu Jiner has a much better chance.
Correct.
She could actually be the. She could actually end up top of the table, going by the
Correct.
performance of her previous leg, and she's had apart from this one, and she's one more leg to go. So she's actually one player who could get 390 points, and she go all out. So she really has a very good chance, honestly. And yeah, of course. I mean. The other ones, Anna Muzichuk has a very good chance. She's got one leg remaining. So the top five, six contenders, I guess, have very good chances. They need the one Grand Prix that they play to pan out well for them. Incidentally, I guess, except Zuzana, this would be the last for the ones playing here, the last leg for the players playing this particular event. And then there'll be others who'll have to play one more event. So, except for Zainab, almost all participants would have only one event after this. So, yeah, so, I mean, the last leg would be. I think by the end of this leg, we would have a more clear picture as to who the possible candidates are. So this makes it very exciting, I think.
For sure, for sure. The next leg is in Austria in May, but as Ashwinji is pointing out, we might have a decider in this leg
Oh,
as
yes,
well, and
yes.
that is what makes this game that much more important because it's like Harika, of course, playing for herself, but she could also
Yeah.
make a huge favor to Humpy by beating Zhu Jiner.
True. I mean, and the cards seem evenly placed as of now.
Yeah.
The
Timings are also
yeah, the
even.
computer shows a slight advantage to Zhu Jiner, but I think that's a very marginal increment as of now. We have a lot of moves to be played. I think 11 moves so far, so a pretty long way to go, and the game could pan out every ways. As you said, Humpy could do a big favor to Harika could do a big favor to Humpy, but Zhu Jiner would like to start on a very interesting winning note. So she's gonna be very aggressive, as you can see already. And let's see, it's for Humpy to. It looks like it is more for Harika to defend than to go for a win.
Correct.
What are your expert thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think I would fully agree. And she is a big expert in the French defense. So definitely it's her opening. And if you could get a full screen, please, producer ji. And, because I know, Ashwin, you are a very big sports fan. You've traveled around the world, seen Olympics, and you see all sides of sport. So, looking at the body language, what do you think? Who's looking more confident here?
I think Harika is in deep thought, certainly. So she's. I think it's very early time still. Both at this level, I think by the time the players play the first 15-20 moves, unless something's gone really wrong, they wouldn't lose their composure. I mean, they wouldn't lose their composure even if they're losing at any time, even if they blundered. But I think it's a very evenly placed. There's an intense game going on. And I'm sure they're trying to dish out the best moves possible as of now.
True. Bishop b5 on the board, and we would expect Harika to just block it and support the knight with bishop to d7. So that we're somehow expecting that. Any other?
I see both the players haven't castled yet. I mean, some expert comments from you on that front. I mean, why would that be a possibility? Because the general perception would be that players would try to castle as early as possible, but that hasn't been the case with either player. So, what are your expert thoughts on that, Rakesh?
Yeah, it's a very great question, and it's like both of the players are waiting for the other side to commit in a way. And we saw a nice surprise by Harika in the opening around this move. So normally, the white knight goes back in this position, but Harika has maybe something new prepared. So she went in aggressively, and we saw instead of the bishop coming out, we saw the queen coming out.
Yeah.
So, because the bishop doesn't come out, the king has to castle one move late. So it's a nice opening battle here. And as soon as we saw the opening stage finish, we see the players, thinking a little bit now. They have just 1 hour left on the clock. And moves are coming in thick and fast, actually. It's nice we are on this game.
Do you think the queen move that Harika did instead of the bishop was one of the first of its kind, or have there been any prior?
No, it was the first. So after the 7th move, this position has never been reached.
So they have. So you asked me which player was more thinking. I guess that makes them think additionally more. I mean, given the fact that early in the game they have to come up with some really new positions. So
that's very tough. And as we can see, if we are at the end, bishop went ahead, a little defensive move, and the bishop drops back. And now it's going to be super difficult for Harika to castle. She has to be very careful because we can expect some attack or some sacrifice from Zhu.
She has the bishop is quite in attacking position as
well. Correct. So she has to be careful, and we'll let Harika think for a while. And I would love to hear your thoughts, on the Indian derby here between Vaishali and Humpy. If we can go to the last position, around this position. So I mean,
they have castle. So
both players have.
So one thing less to think over.
And after queen e5, Humpy offer the queen trade. The rook comes in, protects the queen, and queen e5, rook e5, king f7, rook e2 onto a6. So a very we have already in the end game with just 1 hour of play, and I think white is either going to win or it's going to be a draw. It's unlikely Humpy is going to win this game today.
See, Rakesh, Vaishali has not had the greatest of the first leg. The first leg that she played, she's earned around 35 points. That's not a good start to a Grand Prix. That pretty much rules you out of the candidates in the first round itself. So I'm sure she's had some really tough, hard preparations for this tournament. She's gonna go all out, I think. So and that looks as you mentioned, she's already in a pretty strong position within the first star, wherein seems tough to beat. I think it's going to be really tough for Humpy going forward to win this particular game, because Humpy herself, as we all know, it's a very important tournament for her to get into the candidates. She realistically has a chance of getting into the candidates. Uh, so maybe she has black, so that will be some consolation for her to start off with black and not be in such a winning position.
Yeah.
But Vaishali, of course, I mean, she's going all out, and she certainly is going to make this Grand Prix better than the previous one. That's a low bar to clear, so I'm sure she's gonna do really, really well.
Absolutely. And both of them won gold for India in Budapest at the Olympiad last year,
yes.
teammates. And any thoughts on that? And you spoke about India's success recently.
No, see, the very fact that Humpy, of course, is a legend.
Yeah.
Generations of chess lovers know about her. Harika, of course, is one of the Humpy and Harika were the only two grandmasters until recently. So they have done big service to the country already. Vaishali has been exceptional in the past 2 years, and add to that the fact that she and the brother sister duo have done so well internationally across tournaments. It's phenomenal to have them here. And wow, the local lead, Divya Deshmukh. She's from Maharashtra. That's the host association of this tournament, and we are very, very glad. She's one of the brightest prospects of our state, of our country, and she has been wonderful. I mean, right, she won a gold medal at the Olympiad also, so she's done very, very well. At times, I wonder, these players are playing as a team one day and then playing against each other. So how does that pan out for them? But they're thorough professionals, and I'm sure. I mean, this is a Grand Prix tournament, and they are looking to give their personal best. And it's a treat for all the spectators of Pune to come and watch them in action. It's a treat for people around the world to see the top ladies in action. All the 6 legs of Grand Prix, they give a huge opportunity to the top 20 women to participate and give them a good platform to win. And of course, the stakes are high. The prize money is good, and a spot in the candidates. That's something to prepare really, really hard for. So very exciting time for us in the next 10 days in Pune, and I hope for the chess viewers around the globe too.
Right. That was very, very well put. Thank you so much. And any other game you want to stick out, or I don't want to keep you here.
No, I think we should have a look at the Divya.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, just switching to Salimova versus Divya, and good few moves in. And another interesting point that you mentioned, that even these two players have not castled yet.
Oh yes.
So fighting chess overall,
True. I think as an expert, you could shed more light on what the possibility, why that could happen. I mean, a lot of our spectators would be really, really interested in knowing the pitfalls of having castling here.
Sure. It all started around this move once, Salimova played pawn to h4. Normally, you try to play the center pawns or try to develop your pieces.
Right.
But this is like an open threat by white that I'm going to, push this pawn
right to
couple of squares and going to trouble your castled king. So Divya, completely unfazed, the World Junior Girls Champion and also two-time Olympiad gold medalist, doesn't really be scared that easily. She develops her bishop. Salimova gets her knight out. Bishop to b7. And then both of them complete a few development moves. And then now Divya is the one. Instead of castling, now she starts attacking white's king.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
So she's saying, your king cannot castle on the queen side, on the left side of the board, because my pawn is already there. So Divya asking the right questions, and Salimova, because of that, it has to defend first. So she moves her pawn up on the left side of the board, and then Divya taking control of the center, still not committing. It's like a game of cat and mouse. Both the players are waiting. First you castle. No, first you castle.
True.
So that's just trying to gauge out, also some people might, call it a bluff. That is Salimova actually going to attack or no? So players are still figuring it out. And now she plays rook to h3. So because the rook has moved, white cannot castle on the right side of the board.
Yeah.
But already saying, I don't need the king to be safe. I can just swing the rook over and start collecting these pawns or start attacking. Now, Divya had a really important decision to make, whether she continues development or she, starts defending. But as you can see, she's not even sitting at the board, so she doesn't care. She just says, I'm going to develop my pieces.
And
You can do whatever you want.
that's very exciting. I think Divya has been aggressive in all the tournaments, and that's
Yeah.
what we are seeing here. That makes the chess a lot more interesting. I mean, the young
Yes.
guns are here. We have a large bandwidth. We have the experience of Humpy, who's been on the national scene for over a decade, won so many laurels for India. We have world number 9 Zhu Jiner here, who's a legend in her own right, and then we have the young Divya Deshmukh. So I think we are lucky to have a very wide range of excellent players in this particular Grand Prix. That makes this leg very interesting.
Absolutely. And when we were at the Olympiad last year, all the players were celebrating, and I was just Googling when did Humpy and Harika play their first chess Olympiad for India. They've played more than 10 now, but it was interestingly to note that Humpy and Harika played the Olympiad even before Divya was born.
Wow.
So that just shows the versatility and you were
Yes,
speaking
and
about
that's
youth and experience.
true. And that's legend. I mean, to be playing for 20 years, staying at top 10 while playing,
Yeah.
the yellow ratings sometimes are sort of, kind to people who don't play, and they could be harsh to people who play on a regular basis. So Humpy has been playing consistently at all levels. I mean, at the highest level, and still managing to be at top 10 for the past 20 years. Huge achievement. I mean,
Absolutely.
legend.
And if you just continue a little further into
I think the first board is one we missed. We might as well see that one.
yeah. So just finishing up with h5, rook coming to c8. No castling from Salimova. Just moves the king across because she wants to bring the rook on this side and start attacking. And because even Divya's rook has moved, it's kind of obvious Divya is going to be on the king side only.
Inside castle, yeah.
So knight to b6, small question mark by the computer, but I don't think it's that much. Black is trying to activate her knight into that. Rook e1, queen d7. So still no castling by her, and we just saw Divya, roaming on the screen there. And if you could get a full screen, Vansh, please. And she's now back at her seat and still waiting for her opponent's move, and she's almost half an hour ahead. Would you say that's a big tell in terms of who's feeling more confident here?
Oh, certainly. I mean, at 5 minutes, maybe I wouldn't, 10 minutes, I wouldn't, 20 minutes, I would still think. At half an hour, it almost looks like she's studied these lines today morning, and it's panned out the way she has studied for her. She seems, of course, very confident. A half an hour time playing just 14 moves with over 75 minutes to spare. Shows the sort of focus that she has on the game. Maybe she knows the lines better. She's been lucky to have these lines studied very recently, and let's hope the game pans out the way she anticipates going forward.
Yeah, very true. And we might have our first win in Pune by one of these top players. And speaking of that, we have the Indian women's winning team, all four of them.
Yeah.
So many top stars in Pune. If you could just also tell Pune fans or Maharashtra chess fans to come and visit, where should they be coming here and from MCA's side?
Of course, the Maharashtra Chess Association would love to have spectators coming by huge numbers to watch the event at the Fun Hotel in Aminora. Um we have one of the biggest tournaments that is happening in India this year. I'm saying one of the biggest because India will host the World Rapid and Blitz tournament towards the end of this year, I guess.
The World Cup.
The World Cup. So this is the one of the biggest tournaments that's happening in India. So look forward to seeing you all at the Fun Hotel in Aminora at Pune till the 24th of this month.
Very, very nice from MCS side, and we'll have a quick look at one of the other games as well between
The birthday girl, the top board, the board number 1 today.
this one, Munguntuul and Salome.
Yeah, I think so.
And also, just before we get into the game, it was very amazing to see yesterday at the opening ceremony. So many young fans got their photos clicked, and even the top players were signing autographs. It's so nice to have the world stars in our city, in Pune.
See, Rakesh, what's happened is, until 5 years ago, 6 years ago, the Indian chess was being broadly, on the shoulders of few players like Anand, of course, Humpy, Harika. They were the real players who were performing big time on the world stage. But in the past 5 years, of course, things have changed. It's these people, the consistency with which Indians are winning tournaments across the board.
Yeah.
They also get invites now to play in the bigger tournaments, and it's given them chances to beat the top players in the world consistently. So the interest in chess obviously has gone up. Uh, we cannot, I mean, of course, deny the fact that Gukesh again has multiplied it. The interest was already high after winning the chess Olympiad. Vidit won the World Cup last year. So the fact that Indians are now playing at the best level and beating the top in the world. We regularly see the Indians beating the top 5 in the world in world chess. So that of course brings confidence to the game, confidence to the players, and that makes the game that much more inclusive for the people to absorb and for youngsters to play.
For sure, for sure. Very, very well put. And let's get into the game a little bit, because we left the position here with our viewers with knight to d4. And after, I think, bishop to d3, bishop e7. And Ashwin, you must be very happy with this, because both players did castle finally on the 12th move. And we see white having a slight advantage here, and should be possible that we have all three results, but white currently in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they have. It looks like not just a minor advantage here to the white, and that could easily be increased over a period of time. So yeah, it looks the day one seems interesting in the way that we really can have some interesting results to come up, not just draws. So which makes the tournament interesting and uh, very very competitive right from day one.
Absolutely. And we as fans, commentators, chess lovers love to have decisive results. Out of 5, how many games do you think will end decisively today?
At least 2, I think.
2, yeah.
I think Vaishali does have an advantage, but Humpy should be able to hold on to that, I
Yes.
think. So that's one thing, one game where it looks like slightly a winning position, but maybe we couldn't get a win there.
Yeah, and I think between Salimova and Divya, I feel that's going to be one decisive game, and everywhere else we might see one more. So two,
I think the game between Harika will also have to fight a little harder
yeah,
to save her, to get a draw. She'll be very lucky, I guess, given the present position to win from here. But that's one game that I think is going to be very competitive over the next 1 hour.
very much so, very much so. And yeah, I would say let us know in the comments about your predictions as well. Chat, we are live on the FIDE and the Chess.com India channel. So thank you for joining us, and do let us know in the comments your predictions. We think it's going to be 2 decisive games today. So we'll just have a quick look at one more game before we head into the break, because that's one game which is we have not looked at, is Alina Kashlinskaya versus Shuvalova. interestingly, both players are like last minute replacements.
Yes, yes.
Because we had some other.
So the other day I was just discussing, how does the tournament pan out for people who play just one leg of the tournament?
Yeah.
They obviously have no chances of qualifying for the candidates, but given the fact that the overall Grand Prix is represented by some of the best women in the world today, it gives a very, very good chance to players like these two test their games, improve their rating, and play with the world's best in spite of not having a shot at the candidates.
Correct. And Kashlinskaya was supposed to play the last one, but she won the first Tbilisi Grand Prix. So she's definitely in with a chance with
Yes.
if she wins in Pune. But like you said, for Shuvalova, there's no chance. But there's a good about 18,000 euros in prize money for first place.
Yes.
And you play a very, very strong tournament in a chess-loving city.
And 4,000 euros even for just being a part of this.
Yeah. That's the minimum. That's the minimum.
You get it's of course the money is good, but the chance to play at this level,
Correct.
at every possible tournament, I guess, given the young age and the experience that they can garner from this, I think that is invaluable.
Yeah, and highest level, and 2,500 already. Shuvalova has a great rating. Both of these girls and former world junior girls champions. Divya is also on that list. So it's like so many achievements these players have. And again, I would also give a shout out to all people in and around. Do try to visit the place, and we have players giving autographs, selfies to anyone. They're very, very kind. They're happy to be in Pune, actually.
Yeah, they are happy to be, and I've been to a lot of chess tournaments, and at times chess players, when during the time of tournament they are in their zone.
Correct.
So they may not be very, very outgoing at times with but to see the players in action, to see them while they are playing, I think it's a treat of a lifetime. Pune has been lucky over the past couple of years to have hosted the big players, but every time is a treat, and I think a chess lover should make the most out of it.
All right, and as we left the position here, chat with knight c4 coming in. Knight c4 was taken, and like I had mentioned, if black takes this, then black is going to have a very long-term weakness with the bad bishop on e7. So Shuvalova smartly plays pawn to h6. Maybe she wants to get her knight around. And after pawn to a5, gaining space on the queen side. Alpha 0 style by Kashlinskaya, hitting the pawn on a6. Now the rook can't move from here. So she gains space on the queen side, on the left side of the board. And after knight h7, it is Shuvalova has played knight h7. It's Kashlinskaya is thinking clocks. Timings are level. Both players have about 55 minutes on the clock. And I think she's figuring it out. Do I take the bishop here, or do I develop my pieces here? We'll, I think, let her think and let her decide. And while we take a short break, but I would say a big thank you. You are a very big sports lover, chess promoter all across India. So big thank you, and thank you for coming here in the commentary booth.
Thank you so much, Rakesh. Great to be here.
Guys, with that, we'll be back with a very, very short break, and we have somebody from the FIDE team as well joining us. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Namaste. Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special guest, uh, Puke ma'am, with us, chairperson of the organizing committee here. Uh, how happy are you with a smooth start? And tell us a little bit more about the.
Well, namaste. It's really a proud pleasure for me to have this beautiful event at Pune. Of course, everyone is happy to host this event here because we know it's an international event and happening first time here at India, the FIDE Women Grand Prix 25. So of course, it's really a happy moment for us, and we look forward to have many events such in Pune.
Awesome, awesome. And we have the Indian women winning team, gold medal team, all four of the stars playing Humpy ma'am, Harika, Vaishali, and Maharashtra's own
Divya.
Divya. So, how proud it is to have a tournament with them here.
Yes, being a Nagpurkar means I belong to Nagpur, and Divya is also from Nagpur.
Yes,
So of
yeah.
course, it's a proud moment to see Divya here at this FIDE. And basically, we all know that wherever the host country we have for the FIDE, that we get a chance to have one wild card entry,
Yeah.
and that's a great thing for us because since long Divya was trying to play this event, and so we are happy for her that we got this opportunity to feed her for this event. So I wish that she goes a long way. All our Indian players, they are doing very good, and I hope the best for them. Yeah.
All right. Very, very nice. Thank
Yeah.
you. And there were a few challenges. A couple of people dropped out. And as the chairperson, how did you manage to, have the
Um,
replacements and everything logistically so very well done here?
Yeah, of course, it was a big challenge for us because hosting an international event from different countries, everybody has their own priority or some limitations. But yes, as I told, that it's a happy moment for us. So we try to give the best what we can do here because we all believe that Atiti Deva Bhava.
Yeah.
So of course, our Atiti, the guest, are our God, and as an organizing committee, all of them has took a lot of efforts to make this event a smooth event. We know many of them, the pickup and the drop facilities and all are provided by us, and some players have come to Mumbai, some have reached Pune, so we try to manage them with all our coordinators so that they can have a good warm receive. So everybody was received very well to the airports, and then they were safely placed to their hotels. And the venue also at Pune, where we are right now, it's a beautiful venue. Whoever has come here, I hope they'll enjoy the place, and they'll have this memory loss long lasting in their minds. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much for the insights from the organizer's side. Just before you go, I would want you to make a prediction between Vaishali and Humpy ma'am. What do you think will be the result? We have the position on the board.
Uh,
Or you are rooting for someone, or you think he draw hoga. Like, what are the chances?
I kept on saying one thing that this is a game, someone will, someone lose, but we believe that there's nothing like losing a game. As it's rightly said, that either you win the game or you learn something from the game. So you have a lessons from the game. So I wish everybody is playing wonderful. May the best one win. And of course, India is doing very well. So one of the Indian player will definitely go through. That's my best wishes to all the players.
Thank you so much. And then we have Fuke ma'am, chairperson of the organizing committee here. And we'll be back with a very, very short break. And thank you so much for everything.
Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the fifth leg of the 2025 FIDE Women's Grand Prix. I have a very special guest with me, International Master Michael Rahal. Namaste and bienvenidos.
Bienvenidos. Namaste. Thank you, Rajesh, for inviting me to the studio.
And just first in, what are your thoughts about Pune and India? I know you attended the Olympiad in Chennai, but what are your thoughts about Pune so far?
Chaos would be my name. We're very lucky to be in this hotel, in the Amadora Hotel. I think it's one of the, at least the nicest places I've seen here in India. I was in Chennai, so I know that it's a chaotic place with a lot of people, lots of traffic.
Yeah.
Especially the traffic is amazing here. I mean, the way the cars negotiate, klaxon every time as a warning, it's unbelievable. There's not more accidents than there probably are. No? That's something that always amazed me. And I love Indian food, so that's always important. And I also, in my personal experience, I've been very grateful for the friendships I've made with Indian players and people around chess. In general, they're all very nice, and yeah, it's great. It's great. Of course, India's not perfect. There's many things that could be improved, no? But it's good. And this is actually a very nice hotel, and we're very lucky to be playing here.
Yeah. And you talked about Indian food. Any favorite dishes that you have?
I'm every day I try to eat something different upstairs in the restaurant.
Uh-huh.
I always go for low spice or medium spice. I never go for high spice. I mean, it's not good for me. And even medium spice sometimes is just slightly above average. And I especially like, in Barcelona, we have nearly 40 Indian restaurants.
Okay.
There's a lot. And I've been to most of them because I enjoy. And I normally go for different types of curries. Tikka masala I like a lot. I used to eat only korma, but I'm upgrading. And I also like samosas. I like panak paneer. I like all types of toasted cheese. I like quite a lot. I still have to try more local dishes outside the more topic ones. So anything which is not too spicy is good for me.
Sure, and
have mango lassi.
Always take it down.
Always mango lassi. Yeah.
Sure, and we have about 9-10 more days in India, so we'll try to get you there.
It's not going to be a problem. It's not going to be a problem.
And speaking of spicy, even the games have been spicy today. And I think it's my prediction that we'll have a decisive game in this one.
Okay.
So I'll just take you quickly from the start here, Michael, and anybody joining us later. So a London system gone very, very chaotic, like in Indian traffic style.
This is Nurgyul against Divya, no?
Divya, yeah. And she just goes H4.
Wow, H4 here. I've played this. I actually played this line with black.
Oh, okay.
Against Torre and London, against everything. And no one's ever gone H4.
So very, very interesting.
I don't think this is... Of course, this is modern chess, no?
Yeah, Alpha Zero style.
This is modern chess, but there's something wrong here with white. I mean, he's going all over the place, no? The rook on H3, the pawn on H5, the pawn on A3.
Yeah.
I suspect he might long castle, but he might go king F1 at some point as well.
That's what happened, Mike.
Oh, he play king F1, yeah. Because if not, he might get sacked on C3 if he goes.
Correct, like those typical dragon.
Yeah. I would definitely do that. And then knight D5, and I'm super happy. Our computer doesn't like knight to B6.
Yeah, but
it seems logical. It's a logical move.
Exactly. So rook E1, queen D7. Divya still not castling, keeping her king in the center.
Yeah, she's worried that if she castles, she gives a direct attack with H6 and some things on the dark square.
Yeah. And then knight H2.
But black should be okay here. Putting a knight on D5, swapping a couple of pieces. There doesn't seem to be anything very, very dangerous happening. She should be okay.
Yeah, and I think the bar agrees. We're not looking at the moves, but just the bar on the left.
This is more or less equal. She should be okay. Yeah. She should be okay. I'm not saying an advantage, but the knight H2, the rook on H3, old school guys like us, we already see some sort of lack of coordination there. Yeah. And that normally means
it's like trying too hard, maybe.
Yes.
And then queen C6, suddenly black is threatening checkmate in one move.
Yeah. That's dangerous. And rook G3 will... Oh, rook G3 is possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
Did she play rook G3?
Let's check.
Play F3. But look at the coordination. The coordination is bad.
Yeah.
The computer says equal, but I would prefer this position for black.
Yeah, and Divya is almost 20 minutes ahead on the clock.
Also useful.
Throughout the game, she's been, she's playing a great counter-attacking game. And I think Nurgyul went for the aggressive option, but the pieces are not flowing. It never really got going
No,
for white.
I wouldn't be. Black has to be careful that she can't get d5
Uh-huh.
in a good. But there's a lot of pieces they're protecting. I would actually say that Divya might end up winning this game. Yeah.
That
because-
would be
because-
a great start.
Because look at the trend for the last 4 or 5 moves. I mean, Divya's improving her pieces. There's been a move.
Yeah, knight d5, like you mentioned.
And look at the knight on h2, the rook on g3, the pawn on f3. White's king is not totally safe. d4 would be a weakness later on. I would definitely take black in this position for sure.
Yeah.
Even though the computer says it's more or less balanced, I think it's the playability is easier for black. But we'll see. And the time management.
At the time, yeah, for sure. So bishop d2 and
That's
Divya is thinking. So we let the players, think, and while Divya figures out the best way possible. I would like to ask, were you part of it?
It's surprising that black does not play h6. I would have thought that at some point black would have played h6 in this position to stop the pawn advancing at some point. But she's not doing it. And that makes me think that at some point she might want to castle.
Uh-huh.
She doesn't want to be hit by bishop to h6. That's what I'm
Correct.
thinking. But then again, she might play king to d7 at some point.
I suddenly like that, especially after the bishop drops back.
Yeah.
There's an idea of just, using your king and running,
maybe. But I'm not totally sure.
like this.
Then again, maybe I'm just wondering. Knight takes b5 is possible here. Is that a threat?
Yeah, now
She has to be careful now.
So Divya,
So
figure
that's why
that out. King
maybe-
b7 would be a blunder.
maybe it's time to play either b4 or maybe castle. Sorry, go ahead. You were saying?
Yes, I was just saying, like, while Divya thinks about it, have you been part of all the FIDE Grand Prix legs?
Of this series, I've done 2. I'm
Okay.
working as press officer and more or less working in media for Cyprus and India.
Okay.
But I was doing the same role in the previous cycle, and I
Okay.
did 3 in the previous cycle. So I've been in total. I think I've done 5 plus one of the open,
Okay.
not men's open tournament. We did one as well. So I'm quite familiar with the way the tournaments run and more or less the level of aggressiveness, the level of. Normally, you sometimes get even more decisive results in the Women's Grand Prix than in the Open Grand Prix, because of the strength of the players as well. The higher the strength, the more equal are the games as well. But the level play is normally quite good. But I will say that the amount of non-forced mistakes in the later parts of the game, I think it's higher in the Women's Grand Prix. Maybe I'm not quite sure why. But compared to the open one, they're much more solid in the latter parts of the game. Yeah, maybe it's just something to do with the difference of the level of the players. But they're always very combative. They're always also the 40-move draw rule is very important
Okay.
because in some tournaments it's 30, but here it's 40, which means you really get a long game, and those last 10 moves make for mistakes
in time pressure.
in time pressure.
Yeah.
So this also is a good rule to get more decisive games, because you force the players in a lot of positions where you're on 25, 26, 30 is just there. You might play it safe, get to 30, offer a draw. But when it's
you
40 moves,
You
you're in
can't.
time pressure and mistakes happen. So I actually think this is a good rule.
So a very, very nice change by FIDE here, where players can't offer or, agree unless it's a repetition.
But it's tricky because if you can't offer and you can't agree, and obviously they don't talk
Yeah,
before the
that's
tournament because this is professional chess, it's not so easy to sort of like look at your opponent and say, would you like a draw?
Wow.
So because this doesn't happen really, no?
Yeah.
So the games have to be played. And if you force them to play the full game, then you get more decisive results. Of course, if the two players play it very safe, but also they don't know so much theory than the 2,800 guys. So it's not as if they can just play one of 100 theoretical lines and draw.
Yeah.
Because the theory levels is a bit lower. So you get for more. I mean, look at this game.
Crazy.
It's going for a
game.
win from the first move, no?
Yeah.
So
It's amazing.
I think it's a good rule. The 40-move rule, I think is a good rule to get more decisive results. No?
And thanks for pointing that out. We hadn't discussed it yet, and I think we'll just go into another game.
Let's check the other games.
Yeah.
I always like to check Polina's games. Polina In the
Okay.
previous cycle,
Let's
it was win or lose, win or lose, win or lose. She's very, very aggressive and plays fearlessly, and she's really a good player to check. So this is she's playing with black against Alina, who won the first
Grand Prix.
Grand Prix. Alina's a funny story because she's an excellent player, very strong player,
Yeah.
but she wasn't part of the cycle. As
She's
far
a
as I know.
wild card.
She was a wild card in the first one, in the
Okay.
first tournament. As far as I understand, she was a replacement,
Okay.
as far as I understand, and she won the tournament. And she won the tournament without being in the cycle. And now she's come back here, I think, again as a replacement. So theoretically, she could even qualify for the candidates. Of
Wow.
course, she would have to win here. And I'm not sure then what would happen in the last tournament. I'd have to check my notes. But it's a funny story, no? Someone being a replacement and then winning the
Yeah.
tournament, no?
It's like meant to be. And
But last year it happened as well. Dinara was the last player and she won the Cyprus tournament.
yeah.
So, yes, it was very funny.
Something interesting. And I don't know if she wins here, does she get invited to Austria? The last
I'm not sure
year?
about that, but as far as I know, she is in qualification for the candidate spots.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if by 2 tournaments, 3 of this is something I'm not quite sure. And also these things may change from tournament to tournament.
Correct.
Here there were some withdrawals and some new players came in. Could happen again in Austria, so we'll see.
Yeah.
So
And
what's happening here then?
yeah, so it was, I think, started off with as a nice
Some Spanish Italian, yeah, by the structures.
and then we really saw a similar idea like this a4 and bishop a2 ideas in Humpy's game and
Yeah.
in this game as well. But it looks like she was
Anti-martial
Yeah.
anti-martial approach.
looks like she's the more comfortable player, at least.
Before she has to. Sometimes you can sacrifice with b3 here, as you know.
Yeah.
Here they change pieces, but I
And
noticed she changed on e6. Yeah, knight h7.
takes, and now c3, and maybe some d4, queen b3
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah,
So that's
traditionally opening up the f file is traditionally okay for black.
uh-huh.
You get better control of the f5 and d5 squares, as you know, and some opportunities on the king side. She played knight to h7, suggesting maybe knight to g5,
Yeah.
swapping off a couple of pieces. But she does have some a6 could be weak in the future, but then again, a5 could also be weak in the future.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to know. d4 would open up the game in the center. What do you think? You think white has an edge here, or it's just?
I think so. I think so. And it's also interesting. Both of them were like last minute replays.
Yes.
So maybe did not get that much time to prepare or something. But it's
They're very strong players.
yeah, of
Rajesh.
course.
These 2,500 players, they're on the circuit normally. Alina also, it's a public. She's married to Wojciech, who's a 2,700 player. I'm sure she gets
Very big opening expert.
excellent training there. So that's something that she's definitely prepared with. So even though their last minute replacements are 2-3 week, they probably come, at least for the first games, they've come strong.
Yeah.
Maybe they haven't prepared fully the rest of the games, but the first 2 or 3 games, they must have good preparation for sure.
Sure, and of course, I think both the players are former World Junior Girls champion, very strong, 2,500, and maybe just missing a norm for becoming a.
Well, Polina for me is a
Grandmaster?
grandmaster.
Oh, okay.
For me, both of them are grandmasters.
Grandmaster. So
I'm a weak IM. We are weak.
We.
We are weak IMs.
of course.
I mean, 24.96 Alina,
wow.
25 Polina, and she's been 25.10, 25.15.
Yeah.
The fact that she's not grandmaster is anecdotal. I mean, she has the rating. Both of them have the rating,
Just
and they're just missing a norm or some. But for me, their strength is. For me, 2,500 is grandmaster strength,
yeah.
and 2,400 is IM strength. And between, you get the players who just go down like us. We got to IM and then we just went down, or the players that continue upwards, and they would become grandmasters for sure. I mean, for example, Munguntuul, she's 23.61.
Okay.
Very strong IM,
Yeah.
but for me, not at the same level as Polina and Alina. However, she did do very well in the previous Grand Prix,
Yeah.
but her rating is or Salome, 2,300. The difference between the 2,500 300 is, for me, it's quite substantial. Yeah. Polina is a fantastic player, and she'll get her norm. and she also plays a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, a lot.
So for sure, in one of them, she'll get the norm.
I think maybe in one of the maybe in this tournament as well. Because
Maybe in this tournament, there's
She
4
has-
grandmasters. She should.
it's enough.
I'm not sure if the rating floor has to be 2380.
Yeah.
We'd have to check that to make sure the medium of the 10 players is minimum 2380 to qualify for a grandmaster tournament. There has to be 4 grandmasters, which there are.
Fine,
The
23.
flags, but
Flags.
the rating floor has to be 2380. If it isn't, already you don't qualify to get the norm, even if you win all the games. Because if not, you could do a grandmaster tournament with, 2,000 players and 3
Yeah.
grandmasters.
Yeah.
So the rating floor must be 2380, which I think it is, but I'd have to check to make sure.
I think it should be. But overall, I think good start for white. I think I would just say it's so much like more space. The back bishop on e7.
Yeah.
I feel it's going to be like a 2 results position for Alina. I feel.
I still think there could be. I think that anything can still happen here. It's my point of view, of course, and Rajesh, you might be totally right, but I think there's enough imbalances here
Yeah.
in the pawn structure and files, and that a small mistake by white could still mean that anything could happen.
Yeah, like
I mean,
some rook f3.
imagine if she plays queen a4, queen b3,
Yeah,
and maybe rook to f3 now suddenly works.
yeah,
Probably not, but who knows? And when you go d4, we start swapping pawns, probably heading towards a draw. But there's still, I think, enough position so that anything could happen here. I would take white,
yeah.
but not by much. Not by
Not that
much.
And I think let's also switch over quickly to the Indian derby.
Yeah, let's see what's happening there.
And it looks like Humpy is maybe struggling a little bit for the equality here, and
Because of the e6 weak pawn,
e6
yeah.
pawn. Yeah, that's just 1 weakness.
Yeah. There's a line. I'm not sure if it came from this position. I don't think so, but there's a line of the Tarash, the semi-Tarash, the
Uh-huh.
ED5, CD4,
Yeah.
which forces mass exchanges, and black ends up with a E6 weak pawn, and it's just a draw. It's just a draw, even though you have 1 weak pawn.
Because they say you need 2 weaknesses
Yeah,
to
with
win.
1 weakness. So just imagine a 1 rook ending here with only the E6 pawn,
Yeah,
and
you-
black's king more or less in the center. It's hard to imagine white forcing a win.
you can't attack 2 things.
There's not much to attack.
Yeah.
And also, normally you get in E5 and king E6, and then you'll end up swapping F4 E. So it's just so difficult. So this is a 2 results game. This one would
This
be,
one,
yeah.
yeah.
I can't imagine Vaishali losing this position
Yeah.
unless she overpresses massively. But then again, I don't think this will be a win. This 0.3 0 point advantage, this normally will go towards a draw.
Yeah.
If you want to win this, at least that's what I would do. I would go very fast for G3, King G2, and H4,
Uh-huh.
and try and get my pawn to H5. If I could get a pawn to H5, black shouldn't allow this, by the way.
Uh-huh.
But if I could get a pawn to H5, the king on G2, then pawn to F4, then I go about maybe trying to pressure the E6 pawn. Then bishop to D4, C3, start hitting G7, and then you start getting this light square pressure, and black starts getting reduced in space, and that's where at some point there could be a tactic. But you really need to get in the pawn on H5.
Gain space.
If you get the pawn on H5, anytime black has to play G6, G5, you capture, and now you have a target on H6. That's why it's so
that's
important.
nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
This has been known for many years. When I started,
I'm sure Humpy would know it.
of course, and Vaishali will know what to do.
Yeah.
But Humpy will probably either start trading or maybe against H4 play some H5 and put her pawns on the light squares, and they try to change bishops. It shouldn't be a problem. But this is what a strong positional player would normally try to do. You can actually check with the computer and see if in the lines. I normally like to do this with my students. I give them the positional plan, and then we check with the computer to see if the moves are in the variations.
Uh-huh.
Not necessarily the first variation,
Exactly.
but you can just
Down
notice
the
if-
line.
If down the line they start doing H4, H5, a king on G2, you know you're getting in the right direction.
Yeah, that's a great, even for our viewers here, if they could,
But she just played rook E1.
yeah.
So, and I expect that, of course, she's trying to force black to play E5 In that case, she won't go g3 or h4. She'll play bishop d2 and bishop c3, or bishop c1, b3 and bishop to b2. And then she'll hit e5 super strong, and then force f4 at some point. That will be the plan.
Yeah, that's
Also, another idea of putting the pawn on h5, that if you get to h5 and black plays e5, your king can go through g2, h3, g4, stay on the white squares, but prepared to penetrate as soon as the rook is exchanged, and then she gets into f5 or sort of invades the position. No? And that's when white starts getting winning chances. For the moment, I think it's not dangerous, but Humpy should defend with precision here.
Yeah,
for sure. I would lose this position against Vaishali, knowing exactly what I'm supposed to be facing, but I still lose.
But also it's a very interesting situation in terms of standings, where Humpy really needs that first place because it's a last event.
Humpy needs to try and win this tournament, or at least
Outright
to keep some chances. Yes, yeah. Whereas Vaishali is not having the best of a circuit this year.
Yeah.
But she's very strong. Very strong. And also, this is a sort of warm up for her for Norway chess, which is in May, which is a really strong tournament as well.
We have the world's best players. But also, just sticking to the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, I had a question. So does FIDE allocate the 3 out of 6 events to the players, or how does it actually work?
As far as I know, this is also contemplating the rules. As far as I know, each player, when the places have been designated, they are informed of the places and the dates, and they get to choose their 3 preferred events. Because every player will choose according to her schedule or to the places where she would like to play, location. Normally schedule, because these are professionals, but they fly all over the world. So it's more a thing of a schedule. So, for example, if you have a tournament colliding with India, well, they will choose the other 3. And then based on all this information, then the committee starts to, of course, they try to keep the preference of the players. At some point, I'm sure there has to be certain players or certain situations where they'll have to change. That I don't know how it's dealt with. It's not it's above our pay level, as you say, no? But yeah, the players basically choose their location.
It's nice. And, of course,
it's logical.
4 players want to play in India.
Of course, but that's a standard. That's very normal.
Okay.
And it's probably the tournament which is easiest to confirm, because they will want to play in India. They will choose India, and mostly European players will not choose India and probably choose Cyprus, Austria, Monaco. So it makes a lot of sense.
The committee is also happy to allocate.
But it's logical, no?
Yeah, it's logical.
By location, you don't want to go
so far
5,000 kilometers away when you can choose a tournament that is next door, no?
Yeah.
So that's also, not everyone likes spicy food. That's another. No, of course.
It's also interesting because now, speaking of the standings, Goryachkina is pretty much there.
I think I checked this before I came.
If you could have the standings, please. We also have the standings here.
I checked that before I came, and it's not mathematically 100%.
Okay.
I think there is a chance that, for example, Muzichuk has 2 excellent scores. So if Muzichuk wins in Austria she'll probably get the spot. And Asabayeva is currently second, but she quite easily could be overtaken. And the player who has very good chances is Zhu Jiner.
Yes, because she won the only event.
She shared first. Well, she shared first with Muzichuk in Cyprus.
Yeah.
Muzichuk was the winner on tiebreak, but they shared the points. And she's only played 1 event. So if she wins the 3 events, she's in.
Easy.
She's in.
Yeah,
you win 3 events, you're in. Because she'll take the spot from Goryachkina, who was 3rd, 5th. So if she wins the 3 events or shares first, she's in for sure. So there is a scenario where Zhu wins or shares first in the 3, and Muzichuk could overtake. Well, I don't think she could overtake, because look, Goryachkina has the same points in the 3rd tournament. Yeah. She's got 130 in Siemens, so Muzichuk would have to win in Austria outright. But then the 2nd place shared would actually defeat Monaco's 2nd.
Because that's 1st and 3rd.
That's 1st and 3rd. So mathematically, you can't say Goryachkina is still in. Now, in practice, she's in practice.
Yeah.
Because it's very unlikely that these 2 situations will be I mean, in percentage, it must be 90 huge percent.
Yeah.
But of course, theoretically, she's not in yet. And I think there was another player who could have a certain chance. It wasn't Munguntuul because she has only 15 points here. Maybe it was not Tan stopped. Maybe it was Humpy.
Yeah.
She would have to win outright here and then wait for the others to
Add up.
to drop points. But now the good thing is for Muzicuk and for Zhu Jiner, they'll arrive at the last tournament more or less knowing
What to do.
and if they can still get the spot. So yes, it's still quite exciting actually.
Yeah, so it's like everything to play for players in Pune.
For sure. Now this is a very important tournament. I mean, for Zhu Jiner specifically and Humpy, this is where they will decide if they're going or not going to
the Canada.
I'm actually very interested if the computer suggests H4 or G3.
Let's have a look.
So G4, not something I would consider here. Transferring the bishop to D2, yes. And playing the rook to C4, that's weird. Why would he want to play the rook to C4?
Try for bishop C5.
Why would he go bishop C5, exchanging off black's more or less meager bishop and giving him the file? That doesn't. I don't think it's to play bishop C5.
I really like the H4 H5 plan. Get some space.
Yeah,
lock in those 1 versus 2 pawn.
But funnily, with the pawn on E6, White is not playing G3 and H4 according to the computer.
Yeah, don't see.
It even says G4, which is a move I suddenly wouldn't like seeing much. But okay, well, what do we know? We just give idea. Now I understand Rook C4. If you go afterwards, bishop to D2 at some point, hit A5, provoke B6, then maybe the rook can go to C6. And maybe there's some threats there, but it's still a bit, C4, C5 afterwards. But that's deep. I wouldn't understand. I wouldn't think of that position.
Yeah. But overall, looks like Humpy knows what she's doing.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I still think this should end in a draw.
Yeah.
Slightly better for Vaishali.
Speaking of, the one who has the highest chances is Zhu Jiner. And let's...
a nice French. A nice French.
Yeah. I think we left the audience around here.
H4, H5 is very standard, yeah.
So
I play this line with white, actually. With white and black.
Okay.
Especially with white.
And Harika, we know, like a big expert in the French. But has her task cut out because...
I normally don't play H6 until I get H5.
Okay.
So unless white plays H5, I don't play normally H6. When she plays H5, then I play H6. Because sometimes you play H6, then she doesn't play H5, and a knight lands on H5, and it's worse having played H6. Not this case, but it's something I learned.
Also, those
many
bishop H6 ideas which we saw in Salimov's game.
But in this position, normally you're long castling and either shutting with C4 or exchanging on D4 and then playing knight to C4. And it could never be ejected because of the pawn on A4. So that's another idea. Castle, king B7, rook C8, and C takes D4.
Yeah.
And knight C4.
Somewhat, I'm not sure, but I saw the king on A8. So Harika castles
because she closed with C4.
Okay.
And now I'll tell you something that happened to me.
Okay.
In a very similar position. Let's close the position.
This is the rook G8. Okay.
So this is okay. I had this position very similar to this against Kevin Spraggett.
From Canada.
A candidate player. And it was 2,600 when I played against him. It's exactly this position with two differences. The bishop on C2 was on G3. Sorry, on G2.
Okay.
So it was in fianchetto. And the other knight was on G4. And I had a knight on A5. And at a certain point, I dropped, and my king was on B7, not on A8. And I dropped back my knight, and I got hit by knight takes C4. And the bishop on G crushed me on the long diagonal. So I learned that. Of course, these guys know this.
Yeah.
But don't be surprised if at some point that bishop ends up going to the long diagonal.
So something like, bishop.
I don't think she will do it in this position because there's too much maneuvering. And now that it's there, she'll go for another idea. Now here, what I think white will do is try and get in F4 and F5.
Yeah, that's
the standard way of doing that. Black will play G6 or G5. And then if the position opens, anything can happen. Could be close.
All three results.
All three results. If they end up blocking up the position, then normally these positions end in a draw. because there's not much going on the queen side. And that's why I think she played rook to g8. She needs to be prepared to play g6 or g5 when
Once
white
plays
plays.
F4.
Yeah. Imagine white plays f4, you don't do anything. Then f5 comes in. Now, what are you going to do? If you take, you're going to lose because of the s7 pawn. And if you don't take, f6 is going to hit you strong.
So let's just show it to our viewers. So after
So here, probably here, she should play g6 because now h6 pawn is not attacked with the bishop, and if you take back with the pawn, and you try and hold this position.
and then both these pawns are holding the
And
F5.
put the pawn on h5, and you just wait with this position. And actually, black, I think white has played a move.
Let's check it out. Knight to F3.
Now she'll go knight to h2 and knight to g4 probably, so that when she plays f4 against g6, she can hit the h6 and the f6 squares.
Oh, that's fascinating for the chat. So knight comes
Most
in here,
probably.
then goes
Most
F4.
probably.
So then the knight here is
You can
eyeing those
never
two
say
squares.
certain. So of course, if black doesn't do anything, now if black holds, she'll hold with king a7, king a8. She'll just hold there.
It's just Harika wants
If
to
she holds, she'll play
move
that maneuver. But if she fears that the knight on g4 will leave her without any options, then she might strike here with g6 or f5. But the thing is, if you strike too early with black here, you normally get crushed by the weaknesses. So, for example, you can put the computer and see what it says if you go g6 or g5, just as an idea. Now it's saying g6, knight h2. There's the move, knight h2.
So maybe black is just in time.
I think she's holding here, but still, all the positions slightly favor white.
Yeah.
And if you make another mistake, that will jump to +1. So you have to be careful with black here. I've played these positions with white and black, and
So you would say like Zhu Jiner would be the happier of the two.
yeah, for sure. And probably both players know this. They haven't more than enough understanding to know. I mean, they're grandmasters. If I understand this, I mean, they understand it better and deeper. So I think she will play g6 here. I'm pretty sure she'll. The other idea is bishop to e8, and there you can see there's some g3, some knight h4 if the bishop moves away. So there are different plans here. Look, queen d8, a normal move.
Knight h2.
Knight h2. Knight h2 to try and get to g4 and then f4. So slightly better white here, but still all the pieces on the board. Anything could happen here still.
Yeah, and I think both the players were also medalists in Cyprus Grand Prix.
Zhu was second, and Harika, I think she ended up third.
Yeah.
Very strong players. Harika is very, very strong player. Very strong.
Very solid as well.
Very strong. Very pleasant as well. Her personality is. And Zhu as well, although her English is not so good, but she's also very, very strong. Deep calculations. Notice the knight on a5. Even if it jumps to b3, it doesn't hit anything. All white's pieces are prepared to be able to forget about that knight and play on the king side, even the rook on b1. So white is doing very well here, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if Zhu Jiner ends up winning this. Also the time.
Big
when in 5 moves time the tactics start to appear, she'll be under 10 minutes.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, and like I said, both players in good form. Just last month they had a good Grand Prix, but we'll see how that event goes into time.
From one tournament to the other, players change. I mean, different opponents, different openings,
different cities,
different even different personal circumstances mean that you might be in good shape, because shape in chess also depends on how your personal life is doing, how your chess life is doing, and that could change from one month to the other. So there's only a few players that always play well. For example, Magnus Carlsen, he always plays well, no? But very few players consistently perform at the highest level. You see these small. Let's check the Munguntuul game, and then I think I must get back to this looks like some sort of Sveshnikov, for sure.
And was really good for white right from the start. If you just show
Kalashnikov or Sveshnikov, one of the two. Probably Sveshnikov. Let's see how it goes. Kalashnikov, okay. But transposed to Sveshnikov.
Yeah.
A6, knight d5.
Interesting rook b8 idea.
The bishop e6 line,
yeah.
I played this against Grandmaster, what was her name, from Cuba. Well, she played against me. And I didn't get the best of positions. I put my knight on e3. I thought I was doing well. And then she told me after the game that my knight had to go to b6. And
then you see Munguntuul.
And I didn't understand this when she told me. But now I'm sort of seeing the reason why. Yeah, white is better here, but I don't understand why rook a3 is a mistake. I wonder why she played rook a3. It's a sort of weird move, isn't it?
She went like c4 and a rook swinged on the third.
The rook swing on it could be, yeah. But notice that if she plays c4, at any moment the knight
Yeah,
doubles
d4
back
is,
to d4. So it's a sort of move you don't really want to do unless something has happened with the knight. Again, the knight on b6, like the previous line against the rook on b1.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
a
yeah.
mirror effect.
You forget about.
It's not doing much.
Yeah.
Dostoevsky talks about this in his books, the famous knight with the knight, which is I'm not sure what the word here in English.
Like a paper tiger.
No, there's this in Spanish we call it el caballo sobrante. So the knight that's left over you. So these two knights are nice, but they don't do anything.
Yeah. Just
And black should never exchange one of them unless he can exchange the two. Because when you exchange one,
okay.
you lose the important piece which was protecting the knight, the bishop in this case. And the other knight, which was not doing anything, takes the position of the knight which was there before.
Okay.
So, for example, if the b6 knight was on c3, on e3, you would never exchange the knights because the other knight would occupy the square and you've exchanged off one of your important pieces which was controlling the square. So this is Dostoevsky theory. You can see this in the English. In the English opening with the knight on c3 and knight on d5.
d5.
You'll see that they hardly ever exchange the knight which is in front for a bishop.
Yeah.
You can exchange it for a knight, but not for a
Not
bishop.
for a bishop.
And black clearly wants to play f5 here.
Oh yeah,
Clearly.
yeah. This has
But
to,
when and how? When and how?
because otherwise, black is just sitting and doing nothing, and white will improve her
Yeah.
position.
Imagine you
So-
play f5, white swaps off the pawns, and then you swing your rook to g3, h3.
Yeah.
So rook a3 might be a try at some sort of prophylactic
Prophylax.
move
Yeah.
against f5. The computer doesn't like it. But the computer is very bad for prophylaxis.
Yeah.
We players like to do prophylactic move. The computer says, no, rubbish, do this. So, yeah, I think this is maybe slightly better for white, but the time situation is troubling for
Munguntuul.
Munguntuul Batkhuyag. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. So, yeah. And of course, neither the two want to lose their first game
Oh,
because they're the lowest rated players in the tournament. And if you lose a game being the lowest rated player, you're in for a difficult event.
and
Because
players start to pick.
They see
Yeah.
who's in form and who's not in form, and they start thinking, okay, but if I draw these games, who am I going to win? I'm going to win these games here. And then they play until the end against you. They really,
pressure.
there's no easy draws. There's no, until the end. Because you've already shown that maybe your shape is not the best now, especially if you're low rated.
Yeah.
I mean, if a very strong player loses a game, might be a one-off thing, no?
Also, it's kind of difficult because I don't think either of them have like a good chance from the Grand Prix side,
It's difficult.
but it's still like very good prize money at stake. And
Salome, of course, she's a replacement as well.
yeah,
Very last-minute replacement. I think she was 2 or 3 weeks before.
okay.
And she's probably the player who's least experienced in this type of. She definitely wasn't in the previous cycle,
Yeah.
and Munguntuul has already played at the Grand Prix before.
Yes.
So for Salome, it's definitely a tough tournament for her. Probably the player here who has the least of experience at this high, really high. I mean, Grand Prix is the highest level.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's just the candidates
it's
and the world
it's
champions.
just under the candidates. I mean, it's the
Yeah.
highest level. You get the best players, and many of them with very good grandmaster level preparation. So it's a tough one for them. Let's see the last game, and then I think I'll be back to my.
I think we have seen all.
Did we see all?
Yeah.
We actually saw all the games.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I go back, and now I can reflect on my comments here and see how the games develop, and see.
And
if,
you also have a good idea about all the openings and
the
everything.
good thing is now when I do my post game interviews,
Uh-huh.
it's I normally do this more or less at half round,
Okay.
but take some notes, and then I have some ideas also for my report at the end of the day, which is another of the things
Mhm.
Jesse, it was a pleasure coming on here, and
Yeah.
I've enjoyed it a lot, and I hope to see you maybe during the end of the tournament. If you,
Sure. We hope to have you back, and
It was a pleasure.
Gracias. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias a ti, Regis. And which is my camera here, that one over there.
Yeah.
A warm, heart-warming, affectionate greetings to all the viewers of the channel. And hopefully you can connect every afternoon here with Regis and the other guests and follow these really interesting games. So see you soon.
Thank you. And we'll be back with all the action-packed stuff in just a minute. Welcome back to the fifth leg of the Women's Grand Prix 2025. And we have all action packed games. All the five games are heading into the third hour of play now. And we have the games into, players are getting into the time pressure situation. About 20 minutes left on the clock. Move 20, 25, and as Michael previously mentioned, no draw offers allowed before move 40. So it's gonna get really complicated. And I was discussing with the production team here that very similar situation always happens where all the games might end at the same time. So let's be on the lookout to see if we have any particular game that's close. And overall, this game looks really interesting because Kashlinskaya has 20 minutes left, and we left the game at c3 before this. Rook b8, d4 takes. A lot of exchanges in the center usually favor the side with the more space. So Alina would be really happy with this. And then after rook b5, takes, queen goes to the corner on the left side of the board, and bishop to f6, a mistake by Polina Shuvalova. Let's try and figure, what might actually be the reason, because, white, of course, has the move e5, which looks really bad because the bishop has to move again. And there you have it. As I said, Alina played it, and she is into her, her usual thinking pose. Polina, relaxing back in her chair, swinging her chair, but does she realize the gravity of the situation? Bishop, if it drops back, that's bad news for black because the queen swings over on the king's side and queen g4, hitting the pawn on e6. The bishop comes into the play, hitting the pawn on h6. It's like a X here, and this is bad news for Polina. So remember, after bishop f6, e5, which is on the board, bishop to g5 is the only move that keeps black alive in the game. It's still looking great for the Polish player Alina from the white pieces, but bishop to g5 has to be played, or else Polina might start this event with a loss. And you see now, Alina, if you could have the full screen, please, rocking back in her chair. She looks confident, has a sip of water, and she looks the happier out of the two. And maybe now is the time where Shuvalova is figuring it out. Where did it go wrong? Because queen a4, you could play any move. The knight could come into g5 with, threatening a trade, but it was maybe just like a hand move, as they say. It's like a move that you just play in blitz with bishop g5, and after that pawn to e5, and it is gonna be big trouble for Polina here. And I think while she thinks, I'll try to figure out if there's some other game that's heating up. And I think it's one game which I feel would be decisive right from the get-go here, which is Salimova versus Divya Deshmukh, if we could switch to that, because that's another game where we haven't seen any player castle, and both kings are out in the open. And 18 minutes for white versus 26 minutes for black. Decisive result loading here for sure. And I think we left the action around here when we were discussing it with I am Michael. And queen f2, knight c3, bishop c3, king to d7, queen to d2. Still trying to get some attack going, and bishop to c6. Of course, black does not blunder with king c7, as bishop a5 pins the queen, and you collect the queen here. So bishop c6 by Divya, pawn to b3, keeping the options open for white here. And after g6, bishop to a1. That's an amazing move. I'm really curious to see what's the idea of that. But bishop to a1, it wants to play c4 and just get a nice strong center here with both the pawns, and Bishop a1, G into h5, and pawn to c4 has been played. And now it's suddenly, first we thought, Divya's king is unsafe. Then it was Salimova's king on f1, which looked a little dodgy. But now again, I feel the tide is turning. Feels like Divya is really contemplating about the king on d7, and both the pawns could open up. The king is in the center of the board, the rook is on the side. It's not looking great, but look at these rooks, look at this rook, look at this queen, look at these two pawns, look at these two bishops. I feel the tide is slightly turning, everything looking rosy for Salimova, except her time situation. She's about 7 minutes down on the clock, which might, hurt her. But if you could just go on the full screen angle and see the players with our beautiful cameras here to see about if we have any tells in terms of posture and body language, and it looks like Divya. No, Divya also looks very focused, not looking under any pressure, just figuring it out. The idea of the c4 move. She's picked up a pawn on the king side, but the real action lies on the central file. The C, the D, and the E file is where all the action is going to happen. And does Divya, bring her rook into the game, the ones that lying in the corner, or not? But Salimova has also played her move, but she's not gotten up. She's not taking a break. She's locked in, focusing on the biggest problems that she can pose to Divya. And if you just show the board again, I've just highlighted, the three important files for the black king. The action or the game is going to be decided on these three files. Sure, black has a pawn on the side, the h5 pawn, which I just highlighted, but it's this rook in the corner. If this rook can come in, that would be really, really good. And Divya in the tank now. She thought for about 10 minutes on the previous move, and already she has burnt about 5 minutes of her clock, and 17 moves to go before the time control. That is on the 40th move. And no draw offers are possible, so it's really, really crucial that you play it out, and you're not allowed to communicate to your opponent. So no draw agreements or offers possible. Of course, if there's a repetition, then that's fine. So action is heating up here as well. Let's check another board which I and Michael were thinking, that is the one between Zhu Jiner and Harika, because that is one game where again kings have been on the opposite side of the board. We left the position here for our dear viewers, and bishop e8 was what we saw with Michael, and then knight h2. Idea was of this f4, which we had shown you guys. f5 by Harika. She's a fighter. She doesn't want things to happen. She doesn't want just to sit and wait. She wants things to happen. That's why she's trying this f5 move. Of course, ef6, bishop f6 follows. Whoops, yeah. And she's going to be happy with that. And she's just telling Zhu Jiner to kind of make a decision. It's not going to happen that the position stays. But Zhu Jiner thinks for about 4 minutes and plays a really, really strong move with pawn on g4. And that is crucial, because opening up a file against your own king, this king is super happy if white is playing g4, but that is something the Chinese player has calculated. And after pawn to g6, king h1, king smartly steps out in prophylaxis, anticipating that this is the open file where we'll see all the action. The rook is going to slide over, then the rook might go up, then the other rook might also come in and join the party. So both these rooks can be, you can see them on the g file pretty soon. And after king h1, rook f8 by Harika, then Zhu Jiner plays pawn to f4. Remember, the stronger player always keeps the tension, and the weaker player concedes and takes the pawns. So it's like whoever is the stronger player and who wants to, who's in the advantage will keep the pressure, will keep the tension. You can see all these pawns on the right side of the board. They can be captured, but all of us, we always capture the first pawn we see, but not these strong players. They want to keep the option of taking whenever they want. And after f4, bishop d8 followed, and then again we see both sides not budging. Rook g1 played by Zhu Jiner, and she is just supremely confident of this. Look at her posture, her body position, and she looks on it. She wants to attack Harika. Harika, in her usual thinking pose, figuring it out if there is a way to stop this onslaught, because I feel White's gonna bring another rook on the right side, and these pawns, something is gonna go. Something is gonna give in on the right side of the board. 19 minutes and for Harika, and 21 and a half minutes for Zhu Jiner. Very important, crucial round. Zhu Jiner, remember, we have been saying this throughout the day. It's the first day of her second Grand Prix. She's already won the first Grand Prix that she played last month. So she definitely wants to get off to a good start, and I feel she might be able to do exactly so, because the position looks great. The engine still says, Queen d7 is a nice move, and that could really, keep black in the balance. But it's difficult right now for Harika and us as well. And we'll be back with a very, very short break and just get into the action very soon. And we are back. This action packed game, all three results possible. You know, uh, what a game this has been, and what an opening day this has been overall. And big thank you to everyone in chat. And we have so many supporters here in the tournament hall as well. Can we show that angle, to our audience here? We have so many kids in the tournament hall as well who have watched to come these superstars play in Pune here in India. And as you can see on the right there, you know kids coming in, just checking out the games of their favorite players, and a few adults there in as well. And of course, if you are in Pune, do let us know, and you can come over to the venue at the Amanora, in the Fern Hotel at Amanora town, and check out the games yourselves. And if you're lucky, get a photo, get a selfie with one of the stars as well. And yeah, we'll be back into the action because games are actually heating up. And let's check out Salimova versus Divya Deshmukh. Oh my god, so many changes have happened. It was just 3 minutes ago where we were discussing this position, where I said the action is going to happen on these three files. And very much so, Divya puts in the pawn on d5 because she's kind of forcing Nurgyul to make a decision and either allow her knight into d5 or to close the position. So after some thought, Nurgyul closes the position with c5, forces the queen out, and then the bishop comes back into the game. Remember, this bishop had dropped back because we wanted the pawn to go ahead. Now that the pawn has gone ahead, the bishop comes back, and now bishop wants to go to the side of the board to attack the queen again, get some tickle there. And Divya swipes over the rook on the king's side and to the right side of the board. Now hitting this pawn. Maybe the black queen wants to enter somewhere. Maybe the rook is going to go in on those square, attacking this rook. All things possible. And now we don't have a move so far. Yeah, it's at this position now. Nurgyul Salimova, the Bulgarian star, is thinking with about roughly 15 minutes on her clock, whereas Divya Deshmukh has 19 minutes. So again, I feel this is a game with all three results possible. So exciting times ahead. I think in the next half an hour or so, we should be getting in our first result, and maybe two results as well, as we get into the business end of day one of this Grand Prix. And I think one game which actually might end even sooner is the game between Vaishali and Humpy, because it looks like Vaishali is trying to push, but not really getting anywhere. And we discussed a lot of ideas here with this g4 idea. Vaishali finding the best engine move, that is with g4, and after bishop to e7, pawn to c3, bishop turning to f6. So Humpy improving the bishop's diagonal. The bishop was not really eyeing or attacking anything on this diagonal. So the bishop just, turns back and comes onto this diagonal where it has a couple of soft targets here, and not allowing, black is not allowing the white pawns to move here. So after bishop f6, bishop f4 was played by Vaishali, hitting the pawn here. Pawn to c6. This could have been played, but the black rook also comes in. And after king goes up by one square, the rook comes in. And nice counterplay by Humpy, not allowing, white to just get everything. And after rook d3, rook comes here. And we see a little bit of transposition. You see there, black happy with the draw. Again, a conditional draw for there of some sorts. And we saw a repetition. And we have seen this position repeat twice now. So in fact, okay, rook e7 for 1, 2, and yeah, now in fact, there's an option for both players. If Vaishali plays bishop f4, it's already a draw, and then Humpy can claim it with rook e7. But otherwise, in this position, if the both players want, they can just play it one more time and agree to a draw, because we have the 40 move draw agreement rule where you cannot offer or agree to a draw in 40 moves unless there has been a repetition like this one. So Vaishali has 14 minutes. She'll try to figure out a way. If there's some venom in the position, but looks unlikely now. The a5 pawn is definitely a weakness for this bishop, but I don't think there's a way, and she could have already gone for that pawn if she thought that was a good idea. So unless you play bishop f4, there's only one possibility that you go bishop to b6 and you hit the pawn. But I think Humpy has planned something like bishop to d8, challenging the bishop. And once you take, of course, I'm not going to take this because the white gets a free pawn on e6. So I would just recapture with the other rook, and this looks pretty even. So we'll wait for this. I think 12.5 minutes. I'm really not sure if Vaishali is going to push here, and I'm just waiting if we see there is some body language on the camera, but I don't think so, because it would be nice to get our first handshake or our first result on camera. So we'll try to keep our eyes out, and maybe even if I switch to the other games, a producer could tell us if there has been a handshake in Humpy and Vaishali's game. And on that note, let's check in. Oh, Vansh is telling me there has been a change in the move. Bishop b6. And Vaishali says no draw to Humpy. Very good team, very good friends, very good teammates as well play for India. But in this Grand Prix, it's everything for those precious Grand Prix points. So Vaishali says no thank you to the draw offer by Humpy and puts in the bishop on b6 like we discussed. Black has to go back. I don't see a move apart from this, because unless you go bishop d8, you're going to lose the pawn, and which might cost you in the end. So Humpy has got a lot of time, 22 minutes, so we let her figure it out. Bishop d8 is a defense, rook d5 is another defense, but yeah, both looking good. But it's still, even though Vaishali gets some brownie points for rejecting the draw offer, the position still looks very much equal, and we should expect a peaceful result in this Indian derby. Let's have a look at the match between Munguntuul versus Salome Melia, because I thought this was heating up. Michael thought this was, close to being very, very lost for Black if Black doesn't get it f5. And guess what? Salome, a very strong player from Georgia, gets it in with f5. Very good timing as well, because if you were going to chill, then White can, kind of stop Black from doing that. So f5, pawn takes, the pawn recaptures, and then queen h5, hitting the bishop. There can be some ideas of, you push the pawn, remove the bishop, and then swing the rook over on the right side of the board towards the Black king. And that might be an idea which Munguntuul is considering seriously after queen h5, bishop g7, and bishop b1. There you go. I was telling you, an idea like this. She's being very smart, very subtle, sneaky with her idea, because the bishop is doing the same work it was doing from this square or the square it's actually on. So the idea is simply just push the pawn and swing it over. And not sure if Salome has anything planned, but she plays pawn to e4, which is kind of, trying to block the bishop. Now, you could go in like this, but you lose control of key squares in the center. So, Munguntuul first place, pawn to f3, hitting uh, this pawn on e4 and forcing black to decide. If Salome takes the pawn like this, I think white was planning to capture with the rook and then swinging this rook. So there's no rook on the left side because our king side rook was much closer to the action. So that was an interesting choice by playing pawn to f3. And after that, takes has happened in fact on the board, and black is challenging the white queen now with queen to e8. You have no time to put the rook in because black will happily recapture the queens. So let's see what she does. I feel something like queen h4 is a possibility, and a move like by mistake if you touch the f4 pawn, it will be chaos because it's checkmate. So black does not, of course, will not do that. So queen h4 is what I'm expecting, but queen h3 played by Munguntuul. Oh, she's in fact actually inviting the move f4. Come attack my queen, but she's then gonna capture on h7. That's a checkmate. Of course, Salome, very strong player, but has only 9 minutes and looks like she's reaching out on the board. And she does play 95. Oh, I think chat action is heating up. Look at the amount of moves they're playing. Rook f1 played in a flash. I think Batkhuyag Munguntuul is being very smart about it. She's playing strong, crisp, clear moves, putting the pressure on black in terms of time and making sure that she has to play in her stipulated time. 14 minutes to go until a time control. You cannot offer a draw, and you only get extra time at the end of the 14th move. So we've got this game at a very crucial juncture. Point ideas like c4, rook coming in really look good for the white side, and I feel if something's gonna happen quickest in all the other games, I feel this game we should see a result in the next 15 minutes is what my prediction. And knight g4, the best move played. Kudos to Salome Melia for this. I mean, she's locked in. She's playing all the best moves in such little time, and she really, has her back to the wall, but she's not giving up and playing all the correct moves at the correct time. So knight f4 is a strong move. If the knight comes back, it's going to be really good for Munguntuul. Let's see if she finds it. The bar thinks the position is dead equal, by the way. 0.00 is the evaluation. And if you ask me, or if you ask both the players, I'm sure they'll beg to differ, because this does not look like a 0.00. Plenty of action, so many flying pieces. The kings are exposed of both the players. Anything can happen. And we'll see if there is a big update in Zhu Jiner versus Harika. I see the bar has gone flying there. Oh my god, what's happening? What's gone wrong for the Indian star Harika? It shows that Zhu Jiner is completely winning. We left this board, around this moment, rook g1, and like I had mentioned, whoever makes the first trade is going to lose, and that is what is happening. You have to keep the pressure. I know it's difficult for Harika because white is just going to double and bring both the rooks, all the heavy pieces on the right side of the board, but she caves in. Harika makes the huge mistake of pawn takes pawn, and this just opens up stuff. Zhu Jiner smartly does not recapture, which maybe Harika missed, because she captures on this side, and that allows so many weaknesses. Now this bishop is getting into the play, and this queen are going to create havoc. Bishop f2, a very very simple move, clearing the line for this as well. Pawn to h4, knight to f1. You see white is not hurrying at all. This bishop was on e3. The white knight will now come in from f1 to e3. That's the whole goal. And you see white has so simple activity. It's going to be very very tricky for black. Knight e7 defended, and we have this exact position. If we could go full screen please on the players, because of very crucial juncture. 5.5 minutes only for Harika. And I'm just getting word from our production team. There are some audio issues, some ambient sound issues. So, in case you have, you're getting some sound or audio issues, do let us know in the chat, and we are working on resolving that. So, just an FYI there for our lovely viewers at home. But yeah, 97. There's one more annoying sound in that is in black's position. I don't see a way that Harika is going to, survive this. And Zhu Jiner has made a move. His bishop into h4. Goes the dynamite. There it is. I know audio issues outside, even in the commentary box. Bishop h4. Things are looking bad to worse now, because bishop takes e7, knight takes f5, rook coming to g7. This is just absolutely game over, and it's a dream start for the Chinese player, but a very very difficult tough to loss to swallow for Harika, and she's still thinking, she's not giving up, she's a fighter. And let's see what Harika does, because she has only 5 minutes to figure out the defense for this. And I'm not sure. I mean, even if I look at the engine, I don't see any simple defense, and white is gonna crash through sooner rather than later over here. So yeah, this actually might be our first result. All other games still in the balance. The bar is at the middle, but in this game it's gone up to 2.6 now almost for white, and looks very very tough. In fact, knight g6 or knight c6 are the only moves which keep the evaluation under 2.6. Everything else and black is simply winning. And I don't know, it's so difficult from a player's perspective, because you do not want to move this knight, which is like the knight in shining armor, defending both the pawns, keeping the position under control. But what's gonna follow, I'm very very afraid for this. But if Zhu Jiner goes on and wins this, what a dream start. She won the previous Grand Prix. She again might get off to a winning start, and that's just going to ensure she might get onto that second spot of the women's candidates in 2026, which is why we are all here and we are watching this, and the players are playing for those two candidate spots, which one of them likely should go to Goryachkina, but the other spot is very much up for debate. If you can go full screen once, please, and we see Harika locked in 3 minutes 10 seconds. Can we get a zoom in, producer G? Just to show the clock timing, and I don't know if you can add a board as well at the top, but it was just nice to focus on the players, especially if they are under 2 minutes. Yeah, that's nice. And plus, if we could zoom in on the players as well, because we saw, Harika just lifted her hand, almost about to move. And oh, Zhu Jiner also is looking super confident. She knows she's in the driver's seat. She can smell the victory. And Harika, she moved the pawn, or the pawn to b5 or king to a7, I think. Move has not come in. I'm pretty sure she made a move. Queen to c6. There it is. There it is. And guys, I had told you, Chad, I was telling you, knight had to be moved to one of these places. Queen c6 is a mistake, and Harika is in very, very deep trouble because we see the bar rising on the left, and it's almost 3.5 plus for white, because like the arrow I pointed, rook to g7 looks like a killer blow. Rook to g7, bishop into e7 is also possible. Plenty of things possible, and Zhu Jiner nicely has 18 and a half minutes to figure this out. So doesn't look promising at all for Harika here, but we will just continue and see if Zhu Jiner is able to, find this finishing touch, or does she allow Harika to get a chance? She's thinking, no moves yet that I can see. With a lovely shot of the playing hall, thanks to our production team here. It's also nice to see the board on the right. I'm just wondering if there is a way for white to even slip up, because what else do you go? You either capture the knight or you just put the rook in. In fact, white is not using this rook at all on the left side of just the one that I've highlighted right now. White is not even interested in using that rook. Given a choice, I would love to get my first rook in on the 7th rank. As they say, rooks feel like they are on heaven on the 7th rank, and then get the other rook, swing the other rook across. So things looking really, really tough for Harika, and Zhu Jiner, deep in thought, might spring us a surprise with her calculation. She's a supremely amazing calculator. Always, has fun tactical ideas and is very strong with a calculation. I think she's pretty much calculating till the end of the game because she feels it, she can sense it. It's pretty close from a win for her. And while Zhu Jiner thinks, I'll just see if there are any other games which look like they're about to end. Yeah, this looks like the most interesting position for me as well. Just trying to figure out. And in fact, this is also the game where one of the players has the least amount of time. And there we go. Bishop takes e7, like we said on the board. Harika quickly recaptures with the bishop. 8 moves to go until time control. And now white can pick up the pawn very simply. In fact, I'm curious to see what happens if white recaptures with the pawn. Now, okay, it's a very difficult engine move to find this. So, yeah. And there you go. She recaptures, bishop takes f5 on the board. And, it's like Harika is thinking a way to just try and do some counterplay. But at this stage, white is just one pawn up, actually, if you think about it. It's not much, but the bigger problem is the play. Given a chance, white would just simply bring this rook across. Oops. Here, remove the bishop and just push the pawn. Push both these pawns, and there is literally nothing black could do without this. So Harika is just trying to figure out, can there be some counterplay? Can they include, some? Can they include this in some way to save her position? But looks highly unlikely. In fact, one of the one tactic which also you should be looking out for is knight takes d5, queen takes d5, and bishop e4. Pin and win. I know it's not likely because knight d5 is a pin and black can capture an f5, but I'm just saying white should be aware of this. Just 2 minutes left for Harika, and chat, we might have our first result in very, very soon. There we go. Might see a move very, very soon. 8 more moves for the time control. It's in the air. She go for it. She almost made a move and she plays bishop d8 back. I don't see the idea of it actually. It's just, prophylaxis against the rook coming in. But I feel if just Zhu Jiner just continues with the same simple idea, it's gonna be pretty difficult for her. Harika just checks out the score sheet, just sees how many moves she has to make. So it's 7 more moves. Remember, it's move number 33. And on the 40th move, you get some extra time. But actually, at this point, the time is also not a big worry. The bigger worry is the situation on the board. It looks very, very difficult. 2 connected pass pawns there for white. Though, black has this pawn on the right side of the board on h6, but not looking super strong. And there you go, the same idea which I had mentioned, rook to f1 there by Zhu Jiner, and just gonna get the bishop out of the way, start marching those pawns. And I think while we hope to get the handshake moment of this game, our producer team is on the lookout. We also have some nice updates in Divya versus Nurgyul Salimova. So let's have a quick switch at that game. And oh my god, what a turnaround this has been. So it was around this point which we left the game. Rook g8, king g1, and I was telling maybe black has some ideas on the g file. And it's like again a game of cat and mouse. Whose king is more exposed? It was white's king first, then black's, then white's, and now again it looks like Divya has managed to turn it around and get some counterplay. Rook g8 coming in, attacking the pawn on g2. Nurgyul plays rook e2, protecting it, but Divya now tries to get a king out of the way. I don't know why they're saying it's a mistake. Maybe she could have done something faster in a way, but a4 is the move which the computer really hits. White was in a good position up until now, but pawn to a4 completely throws it away according to the silicon monster. And h4, I feel this is the momentum shift, the turnaround that we are talking about, because pawn to h4, of course nobody's caring about that little pawn, but the main idea is now black can move his pony into the corner. Kind of counterintuitive because you want the knight to be in the center. But knight goes to h4, and then knight wants to come into f4, knight wants to come into g3, and that is going to be very, very tough for white to defend against. And in fact, if you capture the pawn, there might be some knight e4 discovered attack, because then the bishop is attacking the rook in that way. So let's see what happens. Pawn takes pawn by Salimova. Divya quickly recaptures, and rook takes h4 on the board, and then Divya goes boom with knight to e4. Bam, what a move, because if you capture the knight, black is gonna just simply take here, and Divya is almost close to winning in this position. So Salimova predicts this and captures rook takes e4 in the center of the board, and after d4, f into e4 was another mistake. Bishop takes e4 was the only saving grace for white, and the only way with which Salimova could have maintained an equal position. But after pawn takes e4, which, as you can see, a question mark there. Black is in the driver's seat. Black has only one way to win the game. I'll let you guys figure it out. You can see the move here. It's screaming out loud to hit the g2 pawn. Let's have a think together, all of us. How can you? We already have two rooks against this pawn, and we want to create one more attack against this pawn, which I have highlighted. So it's not easy to get your queen in because the knight's controlling squares against the king. But the only way to hit the pawn on g2 with extra force is by pawn to f5, so that white cannot take this because the bishop opens up. So pawn to f5 is the only move that actually gives Divya a win. So if you are a Divya fan, which I'm sure most of us are, we would love to see f5 on the board next up, because that is when she really gets an advantage for the first time in the game and kind of takes over there. And yeah, no moves yet. And also keeping an eye out on the Harika game. Not much happening. Couple of moves in, but still a few moves away from hand checks, I feel. We'll stick with this game. If you can go full screen. Did she go f5, chat? Did she? Yes, she does. That's great news. f5 on the board, and looks like she is gonna score the first win with the black pieces in this event, because remember, Zhu Jiner was completely winning with the white pieces. So let's see. She looks very focused, and remember, both the players are down to 5 minutes and 6 minutes respectively. If you could get the clock timings also, is there a way to get it on this scene? Because that's a very crucial element, especially in the as we enter the fourth hour of play. There's 3.5 hours of chess already done. Now is the moment where we actually can see plenty of results at once. And did Harika's game finish? No, not yet. Because that's still going on. We'll date you once we have a result. But 6 minutes for Salimova to figure out a way to stop Divya from winning this, because pawn to f5, like I mentioned, hitting g2, the bishop's coming, and Divya is still an exchange up. She has a rook against a knight. So everything's pointing towards that, and it is finally Salimova's king, white's king, that got caught in the crossfire. And I think this was the most attacking game throughout, and it would be amazing to get Divya in for an interview if she manages to win the game. But we'll wait for that. We'll see how this game finishes. Any other game? No. Harika is still winning. Can we quickly switch to Harika? And wow, we have the clock time. A big shout out. I mean, amazing team at work here. Feel like a genie. Whatever I want, it's quickly done by the team. So that's amazing. And I have to switch the game as well, because yeah, there you see 33 seconds. And I don't know if we can zoom in a little bit more. But and then she's gonna place bishop h7 is on the board, and just played with 22 seconds on the clock, because after that she got 30 seconds, and that's why she has 52 seconds, chat. 13 minutes for Zhu Jiner just to calculate a way to end this game. And there's nothing fancy that you need to do. Just maybe queen h3, queen h5, trade the lone rook. Yeah, that's amazing. That's a great shot. Just trade the single rook, and then you still have a passed pawn. You still have the weak black king on a8. You still have the open files, and this is going to be pretty much game over. Both these games might end relatively soon, but It's just Harika's game, which is, very, very close to the end. Tough start for the Indian player, but we'll see if Zhu Jiner is able to finish it off. Queen h3 or queen h5 are the games. Let's see what's possible. And oh no, Harika looks disturbed by the noises. And there's some chat. Yeah, there are some ambient sound issues already. Oh, we might not have them, but the players might be experiencing something. And we'll just keep you updated about that. Let us give us a thumbs up if you think our audio is fantastic. And so yeah, queen h3, queen h5. If Zhu Jiner plays, I think this would be GG's, game over. And in other news chat, by the way, Salome Melia has taken over. We've seen so many turnarounds. Polina is suddenly better against Kashlinskaya. Queen h3 played, and Humpy is still holding against Vaishali. So no turnaround in that game. Zhu Jiner plays queen h3. 45 seconds for Harika. What can she do? Any suggestions? Queen h6 is a huge threat. She has to save that pawn or trade the rooks. There is absolutely nothing otherwise. Does she trade bishop takes f5? I don't know, rook f8 is a nice move. And then she played the best move in the position. But I think still queen into h6 is such a nice move because there is no time to capture. I'll just show you. Queen takes h6. There's no time to recapture on f5 with either the rook or the bishop because queen takes c6. This queen is hanging and it's also a check. So queen takes h6 by Zhu Jiner. If she plays queen takes, knight takes, and there's absolutely no threat from black that you should be afraid of. And these two pawns will still queen no matter what. So I think queen at 6 would be just very, very strong. And we are at around move 38 now. 2 moves to the time control, but at this point, I think it doesn't really matter. Harika just checking it on her score sheet, making some notes. She's just making sure she's on the correct move number, but sadly, at this point, it's not even about the time, it's just about the position, which is very tough. Let's see what Zhu Jiner does. She lifts her hand. No, places it down. Double checking, triple checking, making sure Harika does not get even a sniff of counterplay. And she just wants to make a smooth win because I think this has been one of the best games that I have seen being played against the French, against Harika especially, because Harika rarely loses. She's a super strong, solid grandmaster who rarely loses. But what a game by Zhu Jiner. Absolutely, leading from start to finish, putting the pressure, found the counterplay, and then finally struck with G takes F5 when it was needed. She's 9 minutes, almost second time about to play. And there she goes, queen at 6, like we discussed, chat. Queen takes at 6. Bad news if you're an Indian fan, but if you're a chess fan or a Chinese fan, a Zhu Jiner fan, you should be really, really happy and proud with the fact that how she has played this game. Harika just 30 seconds to figure out the last piece of counterplay. At this point, do you even take and play rook h8 somehow, trying to put the pin? She hovers her hand. Queen takes h6 played by Harika. Knight takes h6 should be the next move. And Zhu Jiner has reached the time control, the 48 moves, so the draw offer can kick in, but pretty sure she's not going to be offering any draw. And Harika with 30 seconds. What does she do? What does she do? Bishop d3, the best move in the position again by Harika. And our arbiter is just taking notes, making sure of the time. And yeah, there's sudden finish, no added time. So rook is attacked. And rook h8 might be possible, pinning the knight. I think Zhu Jiner is just trying to figure out the best way. And rook f3 played. Just making sure if in case Harika plays rook h8, Zhu wants to play rook h3 and support this knight and make sure that knight is not pinned. Okay, 40 moves done, but yeah, no added time for either player. It's just going to be a matter of a couple of moves before Harika actually throws in the towel, resigns in a game which was a very, very well played game by White, actually. Divya is also in a very, very good position. We'll hop on there as soon as we see handshakes in this one. 8 seconds, 7, 6, 5. Harika is going to play or she lose on time. Will she lose on time? 2 seconds, 1, 0. If our clocks are right. Oh, that's the time control. So she's not going to lose on time because she gets 30 minutes additional. But after rook h3, I think she played a move. She played a move. Bishop to e4 after rook f3, and I still feel rook h3 even now. Rook g3, you want to go rook g8, but Zhu Jiner quickly plays rook h3, and that should be GG's. This looks pretty much over, because even if you play rook takes f4, I'm going to go in rook g8 and capture that bishop on d8. So it's just looking no chance for black, sadly. Zhu Jiner just making sure she's having a think, not missing anything. And do we have moves? No. Rook h3. Yeah. Rook h3 was played, and it's Harika's turn actually to try and figure out if there's any counterplay. Oh, rook takes f4 on the board. So last throw of the dice, rook f4, rook g8. Of course, you can't even go rook f2 check because king g3, the rook g2 check is the rook on g8 is protected in this manner. So even that's not possible. So rook f4, rook g8 played quickly by Zhu Jiner, and I expect a resignation at this moment because there's absolutely no way for black to stay in the game. She's already in exchange down. The e-pawn is a passer. The bishop on d8 is a goner, and there should be GG's. Harika looking over to the side, a little bit annoyed with something around the tournament hall, or just also unhappy with her own play, maybe because she, of course, plays to the highest standard. Rook f2 check. I think the king is going to even just go on g1. There's no way, no counterplay. King g1 played, and now rook takes b2, rook takes d8 check, and a resignation incoming, chat. Will we see a resignation on this one? Because there's absolutely game over. There's no counterplay. Harika fighting on. What a champion. She plays king to a7, not giving up. She still feels there is a glimmer of hope for Harika. Is there a glimmer of? I don't see any way whatsoever. This pawn is just going to go up the board, up the board, up the board. There's no way for black to stop it. Rook g2 is of course a check. But if you give a check, I just come to the side. So I don't see any reason why Zhu Jiner, doesn't win this game. There's just too few pieces for black to also threaten a counterplay. So it looks absolutely over. Let's see if any other game. Divya is very close to losing, so I wish to quickly hop into that game once this game is over. So as soon as we have handshakes, producer G, if we could quickly go to Divya's game after the handshake. So let's just be ready with that scene. And Rook G3 played. Rook check. Now don't go King H2. That was a trap which Harika was hoping for. King, if you had gone there, the results are overturned and Rook H1 is a mate. But of course, Zhu Jiner, a grandmaster, spots that, plays King F2 immediately. And now this should be GG's. I know I'm saying this for the third time, but it's actually should be game over. But Harika plays Rook B2 check. King goes up. Again, there's sadly no mating net or no mating idea. You need a massive blunder from white. Even that was maybe possible in the corner, but now because the white king is in the center, there is just no way for the king to be checkmated in the center. So I feel okay now. I know I'm saying this for the last 10 minutes, but Rook B3, Harika is not giving up. She is fighting till the last end. But do you push E6 here as white and calculate all that, or just go King F4, avoid all the calculation and just streamline to a win? Harika is just banking on, I want to either capture this pawn or capture that pawn and try to push it. Still a million miles away because white's pawn is already just has 3 squares left. So it's gonna be super easy. Zhu Jiner just making some calculations. Pawn to e6 on the board, and that doesn't sound good for Harika because it's just e7 and e8. Queen incoming. Rook c3 check. One last check. King should go up. King f4 on the board. And if Harika trades the rooks, then this pawn can be easily defended, which is the passed pawn. Otherwise, just pawn to e7 and pawn to e8 for white. And it's game over. Let's see, Zhu Jiner about to score the first win of the Pune Grand Prix here, and Rook takes g3, King takes g3. With that, I feel it's pawn to c3 there, Rook c8, or you go pawn to e7. I think, wait, let's see, pawn to e7, pawn to c2, pawn to e8. You can do that, yeah. You just ignore black's pawn altogether as well, because then you will have a queen and a rook. So pawn to c2, pawn. Just a quick variation for you guys. Just give this check. King goes here and rook here is checkmate. Let's see what happens over the board. Pawn to c2. We might see the checkmate I just showed you, chat. It might happen that this checkmate which I showed you will be the last few moves of the board, and that might happen. We might see it on the board. Zhu Jiner reaches out, makes a new queen, and Harika resigns. Zhu Jiner scores the first win of the Pune Grand Prix in 2025. Harika looks quite disappointed because it was in her favorite opening, the French defense. Zhu Jiner won the last Grand Prix and is off to a flying start, trying to score that all important candidates qualification, but commiserations and tough luck to the Indian. But Zhu Jiner has a dream start here. Let's quickly head into Divya's game, because that is where we might see another result. We left it around this point and wait. Let's quickly get into the action, because she has just 10 seconds left. But okay, now because of the 40th move, she will get 30 minutes added. She played it on 1 second, but yeah, she should be getting more time. It was why is Divya played a move fast on the last move, but I think now both players have reached the time control and we should not see any more big blunders. But if just we could go back and see, F5 was the point where we had last left, and after Queen E3, Rook G4, Bishop E1 takes, and then you can see, Divya playing all the strong moves. You can't take this one because Bishop E3 is a double checkmate. So powerful moves by the Indian star. And for King F2, Bishop D5 is the move where the computer thinks it was a mistake, because Queen C6 was the much stronger alternative. Actually it makes sense, because after Queen C6, you want to throw away the bishop and then use your queen to enter on this long diagonal. But Bishop D5, slight mistake by Divya, and then Bishop C4. Salimova keeps chasing the bishop, and we just saw on the feed above me that she figured, okay, she might have made it. She might have saved the position, but with the time control, just gets up from a chair. It's going to take a little break, and now Divya is thinking on what she could do at this moment. And yeah, the first result is in chat. In case you're joining late, Zhu beat Harika. Divya is pushing here. Polina is also pushing. And I'm just checking if all the games have reached the time control. Yeah, all the other 4 boards, in fact, even the result board which you had, made it to move 40. So all 5 games have reached move 40. That is where the fighting chess that we see amongst these top women players of the world. And because we've reached the time control, on that note, we will be taking a quick break, and we'll be back on the other side with our round 1 action after our number 5. Thank you, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We have reached the time control in all the other four games that are still going on here at the Fern Hotel in Aminora, Pune. Because after Bishop c4 in the game between Salimova and Divya, the local star, Divya is still thinking. We have about 12 minutes of thinking time from Divya's side at this moment, and she's trying to figure it out. She's trying to wonder what could she have done better. And if you just come back one move, chat, King F2, and here, look at the bar. Black is completely winning. Divya is plus 2.7. And it's the infamous 40th move, a mistake or a blunder that we have heard so often. And here, Divya quickly played bishop d5, trying to reach the time control in a good position. But in fact, queen to c6 was the only way with which she could get max advantage, because the idea is bishop takes e4, she could take back with the pawn, and then once this pawn can move and give you a deadly check, then rook h2 check, queen getting into that open diagonal. That was crushing for Divya, but sadly she missed her opportunity. The chance is still not fully gone, I would say, because even after bishop d5, bishop c4, it's plus 1.5. She's finally made a move, chat. What a time to go live. Great timing, and rook d8 blunder. Oh my god. What a bad time to go live, producer G, because it feels Divya has lost all her advantage now. Oh god. What a bad timing here. But let's try and dig in more. Rook d8. What's the idea? Maybe you just capture, rook captures, and bishop d2. That's tough to find. I don't know why it's a blunder. Let's see if what was the best move possible was again that I think if you want to checkmate your opponent's king, activating your queen has to be important. Again, as the Silicon Monster shows us, queen c4, queen c6, activating the queen, getting the queen on this long possible diagonal, and threatening to enter with disastrous consequences for white, should have been played by Divya, but sadly she chose rook to d8, getting the rook from the open file to a semi-open file just so that she can take back rook takes d5. I feel the advantage is slipping from her. And can we get a full screen, please, just to see, does Salimova recognize that Divya has made a huge mistake here? We see Divya is away from the board while Salimova is looking quite comfortable here. And I think uh, the time control also really helped. And sad part, if you are a Divya fan or an India fan like me, is Divya has made back-to-back mistakes. 40th move was a mistake played after 56 seconds. And then after about 12 minutes, rook d8 is another mistake. And Nurgyul Salimova, international master from Bulgaria, 2400, will not miss the chance. She has played the correct move, bishop takes d5. And now the interesting moment will be to realize after rook takes d5, how fast does Salimova play her next move, and does she realize that she's actually back into the game? I mean, rook takes d5 was the only move here. Capture with the pawn, then in fact white is better because the queen slides across, hitting the rook in the corner and the pawn ahead, giving you a check, hitting the bishop as well. So Divya had no option but to play rook takes or recapture with the rook. And now it's couple of moves that really brings back Salimova into the game. One is challenging the bishop with bishop d2, and the other is just putting the king on the light square, kicking the rook out of the enemy territory, and then solidifying everything close to your king. So let's see if Salimova has any moves planned? Doesn't look like it. I think she is gonna take a longish think here, more than 2-3 minutes for sure. So that gives us a chance to explore some other games. We will see some other games with Vaishali versus Humpy now. And if you could have their cameras as well. So, oh, you see how comfortable Humpy is looking now. It looks like White was putting some pressure, but I think we left the game somewhere around here where we saw the sneaky draw offer, indirect draw offer by Humpy, but the bishop d8, rook check. A pair of rooks were traded. You see, black has a weakness and a half, but normally you need two weaknesses to win a chess game. These are just about enough, but the rooks never really got going for Vaishali, and so is the bishop. A lot of repetition here between the two Indian teammates at the Olympiad. Rook d2, king e6, protecting everything. Pawn to c5, bishop e7, king f3. Sure, I mean each of White's pieces are better compared to its counterpart. So the king on f3 is better than the king on e6. The rook on d2 is better than the rook on e8, and the bishop on e3 is better than the bishop on e7. But sadly, where are the threats? Like, where is the weakness? What are the squares? What are the weak squares that White can exploit or enter? Vaishali has a great position, decent time situation as well, but there's absolutely no way to make progress. The engines also say it's 0.00, so looking extremely tough, but very good defense by Humpy here throughout the game. And kudos to Vaishali also, not going soft on her teammate and her good friend Humpy, and actually putting her to the test, because this is the Women's Grand Prix. 2 seats for the women's candidates up for grabs. Meanwhile, any other game that looks interesting? I think I would love to see Kashlinskaya versus Shuvalova, because how the tide has turned. Boy, oh boy. Polina Shuvalova, what a player. She was, but not so down and out, but she was definitely on the defending side around here. You know, I remember when we had FIDE's international master Michael Rahal here in the commentary box. He said he just loves how Polina plays, and she's such an attacking player and never count her out. I was saying, no, I don't think so. And boy, oh boy, he was so right about that. And like he mentioned, Polina has managed to change the direction of this game. Let's see how Rook B1 still looks good for White. And takes, still looking good for White overall. She captures a pawn, but it's just White's activity. White's pieces are so well placed. Queen c4, heading that pawn. Knight d8, you can see Black's pieces not very well coordinated on the back rank, defensive overall, but that doesn't stop Shuvalova from switching the fortunes. F4, queen went back, and it's around this time pressure stage where we saw some action. Queen a6, and now Polina starts pushing her pawn with c4, rook c1, c3. Passed pawns should be pushed. Passed pawns are dangerous. And that is where I think Alina Kashlinskaya maybe put her guard down just by a little bit. And all these top players just need a sniff of an opportunity to get the ball rolling in their favor. King f2. You can see the last 3 moves by Polina was c4, c3, c2. Just pushing up on and making sure this rook on c1 is blocked and has to stay there for the remainder of the game. King to e2, Alina trying to bring the king to use it as a defender, but knight to c6, queen to c4, queen to d7, blocking the king from coming in. Pawn to f5 was a mistake, and Oh my god, again, it's the dreaded 40th move, which was a big mistake. And Shuvalova missed a simple win for black with knight in the corner. I know they say knights on the rim are dim, but a very simple tactic, Chad. I'll just pause a bit for you to figure this out, because knight a5. What if white captures queen takes e6? Isn't that a free pawn? So queen takes e6, queen takes e6, pawn takes e6. White should be back in the game, shouldn't she? Or do you have a very forcing move which gives you the immediate win? And okay, 3, 2, 1, and boom! That's right. If you found the move, knight to b3, hitting the rook, and if rook captures pawn, you capture back. That's GG's. So Polina had a very simple move, but she returned the favor of the knight of the 40th move blunder by making a huge mistake herself with knight to d8, missing the win, allowing Alina back into the game. And after pawn takes, knight captures, queen e4, queen check, and king d2. It's like white is still defending, is on the ropes, but it's minus 1.7 advantage, and black should be able to convert with moves like rook c4 and queen a5 check. So Polina definitely putting the pressure, is very close to winning, and we'll see if the experience of Alina Kashlinskaya can help her to defend this game, or we'll see the youth prevail over Alina. Any other game heating up? Vaishali and Humpy has just remained the same. Salimova and Divya Deshmukh has also kind of remained the same. The rook has gone back in that one. We're just seeing Kashlinskaya versus Shuvalova. And lastly, let's also check in on Munguntuul versus Salome. So our roundup is complete against all sides. Oh, yeah, this was so interesting. Like, we had last seen it here, chat, because the queen h3, I felt white's gonna get a strong attack, but it doesn't look like it. In fact, it was black who managed to get some counterplay, get some defense as well, and black was completely better here. Pawn to f4, rook g8 coming in, but missed her chance. And after this, a few moves in, and we see bishop f5, white won a pawn, but will that be enough actually? Remember, they're still opposite color bishops, so it's white has 4 pawns against 3 of black, but the problem is these are opposite colored bishops, and endings with opposite colored bishops have a big tendency to end in draws. So I don't think Munguntuul's advantage is that decisive, but I feel if anyone's going to win in this position, it's going to be white. So I think she's going to play till the end like she should, but it's going to be easier for Salome to defend in this one versus the earlier positions that she had. Oh, if we just quickly go to the Humpy game, she has offered a trade of rooks, which should be equal. I feel there is no way that black's gonna lose this one, because even if you capture rook d8, bishop comes back, you might eye a pawn for all black's gonna enter king d5, king c4. So let's say you play with the proper technique, still even after this, there's just so little so few opportunities for black for white to create pressure, and this should be ending in a draw pretty soon. I feel the longest game would be between Munguntuul and Salome versus we had one game which is already finished. In case you've joined us late, Zhu Jiner has beaten the Indian star Harika, but all the other four games are still on. All the players received about 30 minutes as they reached the time control, and it's about an hour or so from the time they've got it. So in about 30 minutes, we'll see another big time pressure phase where we'll see a few results come in once again, and we always see players blundering more towards the last 4 or 5 games in time pressure. So we'll see how that goes. Meanwhile, after King G2, Rook H6 by Divya wants to bring the rook back, consolidate around that phase, and might want to hit the G3 pawn once again. Salimova thinking she also, this was an amazing pick to be the clash of the round, and so far it has delivered. Let's see how this one ends, because plenty of interest around this one. In fact, incidentally, this was also the YouTube thumbnail that you see for our stream today was of this matchup itself. So that's interesting. Just checking if any other moves are coming in. I don't see much. No moves in on the other boards. Though, okay, an update is Humpy and Vaishali, did they actually trade rooks? Yeah, they have. They have traded rooks. So this game should end in a draw, likely in the next few minutes. Because the only plan that I can imagine for White is to have this bishop transfer here, and let's make some random moves with bishop c7, bishop d2, bishop d8, bishop c3, and bishop c5. And you see, suddenly White, look at the bar go up. So White has some good chances if Black is not careful. And now you hit it with f4. So this is what Vaishali will try to do. But if you're a Humpy fan, let's see how you defend against it. Bishop d2 and bishop d8. Already it looks pretty bad for Black. So once even here, in fact, after king e4, the only way possible for Black to lose is if these two pawns are on the same diagonal. So you say, I agree, I have a bad bishop, but sometimes a completely bad bishop survives. So just play the move pawn to g5 here and say, okay, my bishop is not going to ever attack your pawns, but neither can your bishop attack my pawns. And then just keep the bishop on c7, and the game should end in a draw. So it's very important after king e4. G5 has to be played by Humpy in the next couple of moves. Otherwise, she might be in grave danger. See, both players looking confident. Can you go full screen, please? I just want to see if they are both chill. Yeah, I feel fairly chilling, both of them. Vaishali rocking the Vaka logo there, and Humpy with ONGC logo. But yeah, she's just calculating some line, where she's 100% sure that doesn't work out, that it does work out, and I'm pretty sure that a player of Humpy's stature would find the G5 idea. just very instructive though, because in chess you can never be lazy or not be attentive, because you know you'll fall for ideas like this, like bishop c7, bishop here, and boom, suddenly it's lost. So even one, like a two moves of chilling has caused black to lose. So in fact, you can just chill for one move, not even two. Bishop c7, bishop d2. Now already g5 is like one of the only moves in the position. So you cannot relax if you are black, and you have to just think that how can you defend with no complications, not even like a little bit of chance for white. So Humpy has to find pawn to g5. Will she chat? Do you see the point after, let's say, if white chills, if Humpy is not attentive, I'll just show you what happens. She has 14 minutes, from 99.9% sure that she'll find it. But in case she doesn't, this is the way to victory for Vaishali. Once you've brought your bishop to d2, you're attacking that pawn in the corner, and then suddenly you also want to attack this pawn in the center. So you make a waiting move. Again, very good square for the bishop, hitting everything. Now black has to defend, only one square possible with bishop here. And then finally you go in pawn to f4, because then this bishop opens up and these two pawns hang. So this is a very interesting position. And let's see. I'm pretty sure, I think Humpy will be able to find this g5 idea, but not looking that tough. And on that note, we have a very special guest in the studio here, and it's Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte. Welcome,
Yes,
Dada.
how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, dude? The local star, the Grandmaster from Pune,
Yes.
now organizing a Grand Prix.
Yeah, we are doing well. I think it's a very interesting tournament. We have this top 10 women players. And I still remember last year we did this match between Vidit and Swidler and Nigel and Raunak. And that time Divya told me that we need to do something for women tournament also. And here we have next year.
Amazing. And in fact, you are the coach of the Indian women's team that won gold.
Yes.
And you have 4 of your players from the Olympiad playing here.
Okay,
That must be a proud feeling.
Humpy was not playing in the women tournament, but
Yeah.
but last Olympiad she played.
Okay.
Okay, I think I'll just come back. Yeah?
Sure.
Thanks.
We'll take a quick break, chat, and get back on the other side.
The first game has finished here in Pune in the Women's Grand Prix, and the victory is for Zhu Jiner, the Chinese prodigy here playing in the Women's Grand Prix. Zhu Jiner, hello and welcome to the interview.
Hi.
So, you started the tournament today with a win against Harika. Tell me about the game, the best moment for you during the game. What happened? Why did you win?
First, in the open, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe queen d3 is not a good move, but I think white position is always very solid, and in the middle game, maybe she make some mistake and then give me some chance to win.
So Harika is a very strong Indian player. Of course, you as well. Both of you played in Cyprus.
Yes.
For you, this win in the first game, how important is for you to win the tournament and qualify for the candidates? What are your thoughts?
I haven't thought too much about the result. I mean, it's a bit surprised today because we play many classical games and it's always draw. And today I think it's a very lucky game.
Very interesting. So many draws and now you win the game.
Yeah.
Zhu Jiner, as you know, now in China, there is a match
Yes.
for the World Championship. And Chu Wenjun is defeating Tan Zhongzi by 5-2. Are you following the games even though you're
Yeah.
playing here?
Yeah, of course.
What are you thinking of the match? What are your thoughts?
Okay, I mean they are both very strong player and maybe Zhu do better and so she gets more point.
My last question. Do you think you will face Chu Wenjun in the future for the World Championship? Is that your goal as a chess player?
Well, I actually I do not think too much about I mean how I can achieve. But okay, I will try my best to play, and I hope I can show my best. Yes.
Okay. So, Zhu Jiner, she will try and play as best as possible, show her best, and maybe in the future will be a contender for the World Championship too. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Very much.
Welcome back. That was our winner of today's round, Zhu Jiner, who scored a fabulous thumping win over Harika. And you might have been seeing something, chat. Our apologies, dear viewers, because due to some unforeseen circumstances, we had to pause the games. The players were asked to just step out for a couple of minutes. But good news is they are back. So just our quick apology to all that. And of course, we'll get to know more about what happened later. But games are back. Players are on the position, are back on the board, and we are seeing the live action. I think the players also, it must be really difficult because in the middle of a game you had to pause. But I think the only silver lining in this is the players were not in time pressure. Imagine you have less than 2 minutes and the arbiter asks you to do this. But yeah, we have the live boards back. And the clocks are still being adjusted manually, so we are also working on that. Meanwhile, can we have full screen and zoom into the players, please? Because I saw a couple of moves, but the moves are not being updated. So do we have a zoom in possible? Because I see a couple of moves and it was G5 was the only saving grace. And I think if my vision is right. I don't see a pawn on g7. Let me just check if there is a black pawn on g7. Yeah, looks like Humpy has moved. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. So thank you to our producers for this camera angle. Let's stick with this angle. As we can see, the bishops have been traded. It looks like the game should end in a draw. Vaishali has this pawn break on b4, and apart from this, no real threat. It was a bishop endgame, if you guys remember, but after that little pause, we couldn't get the relay quickly for the DGT boards. But games are live, the players are in action. We will get the exact PGMs very, very soon. Our team is working on it, but bishops have been traded, and it is Vaishali's move, as I can see. White should try the pawn break with pawn to b4, I think. And we can expect some action over there. I don't see the games being updated yet. DGTs are a little late coming through, chat. So once again, apologies for these technical difficulties we are facing. Typical day one. And I think games are live. Let's get into it. I can see the updated positions on the board. I'll quickly show you how we got there, chat. As you can see, king to e4. I was telling you about this pawn to g5 idea. You know what? One of the best Indian women players in history goes up a notch and plays the amazing bishop to g5. So it's not just I'm waiting and I'm going to defend for 2 more hours. Humpy plays the best move in the position to force. Now Vaishali's bishop has no square. Vaishali has to trade the pieces, has the bishops, and after that, it is just no way possible, and white can't progress on the king side, on the right side of the board. So she comes to the queen side, to the left side of the board, and try to get in a pawn break. And as you can see, a little bit of tickle. She knows b4 is not going to work. So king in front of king, a distant opposition, and Humpy has managed to save the game. And we should be seeing this game ending in a draw very, very soon. Producer Chief, you can go full screen because handshakes should be incoming in the next couple of minutes. A little bit of zoom in this one because we should get the last moments of this game. King to c3 by Vaishali. King comes back, a little bit of tickle, back and forth. And there you can see Vaishali is going to offer the draw, and draw it is. A good game, a good defense, good by Humpy, good pressure by Vaishali. But these teammates and good friends have ended the game in a draw. What a game, good fight overall, and a delight to the local fans and all of you online enjoying this spectacle of the two of the strongest women players from India. And yeah, no, that didn't happen, chat. That was just the arbiters placing the kings in the center of the board, which indicates it's ended in a draw. So white king on e4, black king on e5 means the game has ended in a draw. So second result of the Pune Grand Prix coming in, Vaishali versus Humpy ends in a draw. Let's have a quick look at one of the other games between two foreign stars here, Munguntuul versus Salome. And all the 4 pending games were taken a quick break, but now we see this bishop and knight endgame with opposite color bishops. So high chances that this game ends in a draw, and we should be seeing black just go bishop c7 and bishop takes a5 is threatened. So after bishop c7, knight c4 only move. The only factor which can kind of disturb Salome is the fact that she has less than 2 minutes left on the clock. But pretty sure this game should be a third result of the day with our second draw incoming. So 2 games up. I hope we will also have the results tab at the end of the of the day with all results together. I hope we will have that very, very soon. But yeah, Salome plays bishop to c5. Okay, knight c4. Maybe then she wants to go king g7. That's a possibility. But yeah, even if like the pawns on the left side are traded with each other, so this goes out for this, then one pawn will go out for another pawn on the right side of the board. Then, black can just sacrifice the bishop or the pawn for the remaining white pawn. And that's how this game should more often than not end in a draw. So this is like, yeah, this is the most likely result on this board. And let's quickly jump into Kashlinskaya versus Shuvalova, where Polina is completely winning, Chad. What happened here? We were in this position somewhere before the break, and queen 8 checking at 7. Alina trying really hard, but Shuvalova very beautifully changes the coordination of the pieces. Remember that pawn on c2, which she had pushed c5, c4, c3, c2, 3 moves in a row, and that has caused the big problem in the position. Queen check, king goes back, pawn to g4 isn't enough, and the last blunder there by Kashlinskaya, and queen g2 check, queen comes back, queen with a check from the center. Polina challenges it, but then knight to d4, brilliant move. Threat is to play check. You can't capture because the queen is pinned. But after knight d4, this is a huge threat. Kashlinskaya tries king e1, but Polina replies with queen h1 check in the corner. And this is just too strong. It's pretty much game over, because if you play something like this, I'm just going to get in closer and give you a checkmate. So that's not possible. Queen h1 check. Let's say if Kashlinskaya plays king to f2, then you go check. If king goes here, then another check. King goes here, then check, and checkmate. So that's also no good. And finally, I think if you have to go queen f1, then I feel only move. And then can I have something like queen e4? And that should be game over. Yeah. So if I go here with a pin, and let's say if you capture my bishop, I was thinking knight check, but yeah, sure, this also is pretty simple, and you pick up the rook, then give a check and just promote, and it's game over. So Polina Shuvalova with the turnaround of the day. Kashlinskaya plays queen f1. Can we go full screen? I'm predicting a result in this, a black win here, and you can also zoom in a little bit to show the strong queen on h1 there. And Shuvalova about to play, because she knows she's completely winning here, and it's just a matter of when and not if that the game will finish. 2 results already in, 3 results going. Queen takes f1 played by Shuvalova. Still pretty strong. And knight comes to b3. You could have the angle with the chessboard as well. The scene with the chessboard. And we can see white's rook is... Yeah. And also if you could have our chess.com board as well on the side, just to show it to our viewers that why it's so bad for white, because black is going to capture, and then just it's going to have a rook for a bishop. It's just game over. 2 minutes and change left for Kashlinskaya. Shuvalova has a good enough 15 minutes and a completely winning position. So this would very likely be a third result of the day. Kashlinskaya just figuring out what went wrong. She had a good position. She had a good attack. But it was finally her king which was targeted by Polina, and the c2 pawn I mean, I would say that's the real game changer moment when the pawn started promoting, and she plays rook to e1, saves the rook, and now I think you can just go rook e4 and capture the bishop, because if the white rook captures, you promote the pawn. So you can also actually just promote the pawn directly here itself. That's also a possibility. Plenty of wins. It's like now Polina Shuvalova has to just see which win works out best for her, because it looks like it's gonna be pretty simple for her. So that will be the third result. We'll stick to this game until it's finished. Just checking if the other two games have any interesting moments. Divya Deshmukh, remember, still fighting and has got some good chances. And yeah, rook e4 played by Polina should be over soon. We'll head to the Salimova versus Divya Deshmukh game in a moment, because that game is fully heating up, and it would be nice to see both players playing intense time pressure under 5 minutes for both of them. So as soon as Kashlinskaya resigns this one, we will head there. King f2 played, and I think there should just be rook can capture the pawn first, then rook can capture the bishop, and it's game over. You just wait for the official confirmation here. While it's Salimova who's thinking against Divya. That game will be, oh, that's a fantastic view there by our producer. Amazing. It's like you can read my mind, and rook takes e5 on the left side of the board. Shuvalova completely winning, and Divya also winning on this. So it's like two wins with the black pieces. That's what happens when you have strongest women players of the world fighting it out for those Grand Prix points. And I think we will have a result on the left pretty soon, and then switch full screen for Divya. And I can see some supporters in the chat for India, and plenty of Divya fans as well. And we really hope she manages to bring the point home here. Remember, 3 games remaining, 2 have been completed, and the next 2 most interesting and crucial positions are on your screen, chat. Wonderful overlay of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 24-25 with all our amazing sponsors down there. Will we see an Indian player win today? All hopes on Divya Deshmukh after Humpy and Vaishali drew versus Harika lost. I see a move by Nurgyul Salimova, and it was not a great move. So things are looking really good for Divya here on the right side of the board, and I think Kashlinskaya would just run out of time pretty soon. She has just 30 seconds left. 30 seconds isn't good enough. Let's have a full screen on Kashlinskaya's game, because I think she's about to resign and throw in the towel. Rook takes e5 played very nicely by Polina, ensuring good technique here, because now whatever you do, black can h4, yeah, doesn't matter. Black is going to capture the bishop. Oh, king h7, that's even better. She doesn't even look at her opponent's move. She's just going to capture the bishop and then promote her other pawn. 30 seconds for Alina. Pawn to g5, and yeah, rook takes e3 coming in at any moment. Pretty simple tactic for Polina to figure. She's just double checking everything, and we should have our result. And there you go, boom! Rook takes e3. You got to capture with the king or the rook. Doesn't really matter, because black is going to promote the c2 pawn. And resignation incoming in this. Nice win by the former World Junior Girls champion Polina Shuvalova, originally from Russia but now plays under the FIDE flag. And a very nice tactical finish here, ensuring she gets a very good and important win over her good friend Alina. And yeah, just last 15 seconds, should see a resignation pretty soon. G6 check, last throw of the dice. Well, that's an interesting point because if you go king back, you have to capture the pawn, remember? If you could show the chess.com board in this or in any other view, a nice important point is if you go back with the king, and there we have it, result on the board. Polina beating Alina Kashlinskaya with a nice attacking win with the black pieces. And yeah, I was just showing you on the board a very crucial point of being alert till the end. Alina Kashlinskaya knows she's lost. She's almost a grandmaster. She knows when a position is good or bad. Flicks in a last pawn check, just hoping her opponent misses it. Because if you go back with your king, suddenly you capture the rook, and now there is no time to promote because you will be checkmated in the end. So very, very nice try, a last throw of the dice by Alina, but Shuvalova simply captures the piece and it's game over. On that note, let's quickly head into the other game between Nurgyul Salimova and Divya Deshmukh. Very, very interesting position. And what a moment to get in as we see Salimova has made a mistake. It is completely winning chat. Let's go, Divya OP, if you are supporting her, because queen to c6 has been played. That's the best move, pinning the rook in a way, and now it's minus 3.5 for her. And it would be amazing to have her in the commentary box if we win. So it would be nice to check in with Divya and get her thoughts on the game. And let's see if there's any way for Salimova to defend, because this pin is nasty. Pawn to f3 check is coming in. The white's king is in a big pickle. The rook on e4 is misplaced. Under 1 minute for Nurgyul Salimova. And Divya Deshmukh looks like she is going to enter day 2 with the joint lead alongside 2 more players. You're actually hoping for an Indian win here in the Indian Grand Prix, and it looks like Divya is about to bring that in, because there's no way for the rook and the queen, you can see on that diagonal, to actually sustain in a way. And Salimova trying to think if she can get some tactic or some calculation in, but just looks super, super strong for black. And if as white you don't do anything, even this pawn check is going to be very crucial. Let's see, 7 seconds. She takes G takes f4, and now plenty of moves win. There are 4 to 5 moves that don't throw away Divya's advantage, but the simplest is just rook captures the pawn, get the rook out of the way, sacrifice, temporary rook sacrifice, and if doesn't matter however white captures, then we give in a check, capture the opponent rook and get it in, because the rook and the queen are super strong and it's going to get pretty difficult. Divya is still having a think. Let's see what she does. 3.5 minutes for a good enough thing. In fact, Salimova played the last move with only 4 seconds on the clock. And rook takes c5 on the board. Let's go. Divya Deshmukh coming up with the goods. And now you pretty much, I think, have to take the rook. There's no way that you don't take the rook. There's a queen, e3 or d5. Some moves possible, but Salimova down to her last 10 seconds. What does she do? Remember, there's no extra time in this. Queen f3 played. Queen f3. Unpinning the rook and now threatening, I'm going to take this rook. Divya should be giving a check here. Rook g6 check looks like pretty strong. 4 minutes. I'm 100% sure she's going to find that. Yeah, Rook c3, attacking the queen. Still nice. You can't go queen h5 because if you give a check, Divya will give you a counter check with rook to g6. So that's not happening. How do you save the queen? Where do you save the queen? Salimova has so many questions but so little time. Look at the bar, it's -5 in Divya's favor. 5 seconds. Ooh, she had 4 seconds when she played the last move, and she played bishop to e3, blocking the rook's attack. Now 4 minutes -6 in Divya's favor. Divya is just completely winning. Just got to compose herself and put the finishing touches to a fabulous game. I think a very, very good line would be just like rook g6 check, king. I mean, yeah, let's stick with the game. And she played queen to d5. That's even better, I think. Just continuing the zugzwang and just keeping the pressure on white. There's just no good way for white to untangle the position. Again, the problem is just 15 seconds. All of your pieces are pinned. The rook is pinned. The queen is, just kind of saving herself. The bishop is pinned to the rook. And she plays something rook e5. Okay, now this is a very, very... I think even I can win this position now with black. So just rook g6 check. And it's going to be pretty much game over. And Divya does it. Win incoming now. Now the white king can't run anywhere because the queen is unprotected. That is why I was saying the queen is pinned. And rook to g5 played. And now rook into e3 is curtains. There we go. Rook into e3. And I think this is resignable now. Remember, the queen was again pinned. You cannot capture this rook. If you capture the queen, I just capture it back. And now black is a full rook up. The game is pretty much over. I think Salimova would be resigning the game. Very well played by Nurgyul as well in this. What a fight this was. But there we go. Divya Deshmukh winning the first round in one of the most complicated games of day one. And I think this was a very, very well played game from both sides. Both players showing their fighting spirit. And definitely this is my pick for game of the day in this one. Well played, Divya. What a win with the black pieces against a strong player. And getting off to a dream start there in round one. And we hope to have her in the studio if possible. And let's jump into the last game that's still going on. What fighters these players are. This is between Munguntuul and Salome Melia, where there's just a couple of pawns remaining, but black has just 43 seconds. So just, I think this is about to finish this game, but we will just check in on the players, how they are doing, because about 60 odd moves completed. Yeah, this is move number 58. Shout out to Munguntuul from Mongolia, who's still trying to win this very, very equal position, putting the pressure on her opponent, because wins are very hard to come by, especially with the black pieces. So Munguntuul wants to push harder with the white pieces and would love to get a W in front of her name in round one. And Salome, just look at the clock, just 43 seconds there for her, and it's gonna be tough to defend in this. But you just got to capture one pawn and exchange the other pawn, and then it's a draw. Doesn't matter even if black sacrifices a bishop or a knight, but if both white pawns are gone and one of black's minor pieces are gone, that is enough to win the game. Enough to draw the game. And Munguntuul plays bishop to d7. 40 seconds for Melia Salome. 30 seconds. There you go. King, bishop f6. She's playing the perfect moves. What amazing game by Divya. I think there are some local fans setting off fireworks in the background. I don't know if you can hear them, but I think she deserves that. It was fire on the board. And if your audio is picking that up, then you are lucky because that game deserved some fireworks. And let's see, bishop f6 can park to Munguntuul convert this. She has just one extra pawn remaining, and I feel, chat, if this was an end game with similar colored bishops, then this would have been winning. But because it's opposite colored bishops, it is very likely a draw. Even the engines agree, it's like 0.00. So should be ending in a draw, barring a huge blunder by black. So let's see, Munguntuul still thinking. Six and a half minutes there. And while Munguntuul is still thinking this one, we have the star of the day here with us, Divya Deshmukh, with amazing win with the black pieces. So, firstly, congratulations, Divya. What a game! And it started off with this crazy h4 idea. Would you like to take us through the game?
Okay, so I was not really expecting London from her, but I knew that it was a possibility. So I just briefly prepared this. My coach prepared this, and I thought it was quite interesting. The positions that were coming out of these h4 lines are quite fighting, and I somehow knew that she would go h4 and this knight c3 a3 idea. So
you and your coach predicted this.
yes,
Okay.
we did. So I think till rook c8, it was all prepped from my side.
Okay.
I'm assuming I've never played this line before, so I don't think she checked it. And king f1 was a surprise for me, and I forgot what to do here. But I was so afraid of castling all the time and then getting mated, so I just decided to play on the queen side.
Yeah, and okay, knight b6, this is an inaccuracy, but it just feels so natural to put the knight on d.
Castle, I wasn't sure. I didn't want to go there. So.
Okay, so rook e1, queen d7, and even I think you were always ahead on the clock throughout the game. So just showed you were the more well-prepared player overall. And did you expect this knight h2 stuff? Or?
No, actually, I didn't see knight h2. But I think queen c6 was not that great. I was regretting it after playing f3. I think I spent quite a bit of time because I didn't find any plans for myself.
And you have to be careful of this knight b5.
I'm really annoyed by my king. I cannot castle, I cannot put it here, and I'm always afraid of an attack. And then also knight b5 is coming. So I thought, okay, best to maybe just exchange it. I didn't expect bishop d2. I thought she would just take. And
like
that's what I was
trade knight d5, and then go.
Yeah, because now after bishop d2, I have the additional option of taking with the bishop, which is what I wanted.
Correct.
So I didn't expect that. And then she went f2, I guess, natural. Mistakes.
Finally, your king has a home. Were you planning to put it on a8?
No, I was just planning to keep it in the center. I didn't think some attack would actually come. f4, I think I have always had g6, so I wasn't that worried. But after queen d2, it started getting more and more complicated.
And I think black has a great position here.
I was really regretting not playing g5. I wanted to go g6, h6, g5, And for
Okay.
some reason, my brain just missed that she can move the bishop and she doesn't have to move the pawn.
Uh-huh.
So I wanted to put g5 and then put the knight on f4 or something, or even rook g8, g4. But okay, I won g6. I underestimated all this bishop even attack.
Yeah, I think this bishop even c4 is very fast
Yeah.
for black.
c4. I didn't like my position here. I was pretty sure. Also because at this point I was checking. No, after c4.
Mhm.
I was checking d5. I was calculating between should I take and then d5 or then directly d5.
Okay.
Because my problem was that she goes some f4 and then her knight sits on c5, queen c7, f. Here, I guess she has a lot more options.
Mhm.
And I also didn't like this whole.
Bishop a5.
Yeah, and it was open, so I didn't go there eventually. But at this point, I was annoyed with myself because not a great position, and I even equalized on time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that.
And in fact, this is the only time when the computer liked her position a little bit.
Me too.
Okay, but you went d5,
See,
c5, queen c7.
my problem is f4, but computer doesn't like it. I didn't see anything for f4.
Knight g.
Rook g8, knight f3.
And
Okay,
then
it
is
just was-
this king idea to put it in the corner.
Yeah, it was my problem, but I thought that it's too slow. The knight sits on e5, she can go a4 and then play, slowly. And also, I have no attack then.
Yeah.
But thankfully, she didn't go f4 ever. So,
c3.
yeah, rook g8,
What did you think about this position?
equal. Not
But even like from the start of the game, I felt this game either somebody will win.
as
Because
well.
both player styles are like that, and it was a best. And
Especially if this position comes, somebody has to win.
exactly, and I don't know, like even the FIDE team or our team, we somehow had your photos as the game of the day, like
Oh.
the thumbnail before the round started. So
You predicted it.
yeah, but okay, let's see how you managed to turn. When did you feel was the turning point in the game?
Okay, I think rook h4 is just a blunder. I don't know why she did that.
It's too slow, also. I think.
But it's just a blunder. Like, you're just giving an exchange. I
I'm
guess.
pretty sure she didn't miss 90s.
I also don't think she missed it, but I don't know what her point was. I maybe she thought that exchange is enough, but I didn't like it at all. Indian doesn't.
See,
Wow.
even after the exchange, she was still in the game till a point.
That's actually a relief to know because I was cursing myself that I had a winning position completely and I messed it up.
You made the famous 40th move mistake. Let's just check. So 94 takes. Still not now. It's completely winning. F5 you played.
What was your mistake?
She should take bishop takes e4.
Yeah, but that's too hard.
Yeah. It's always white has to keep defending g2, and so I think now you played well, and for the next 5 moves, okay, putting the pressure on g2.
This is around the time that I started losing it because the sound.
Yeah, of course. It's like annoying, especially in time pressure.
I mean, you can't think. You just can't think. And your clock is ticking down, tick, 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 tick. And I was trying to find some
Tactic calculation.
some tactic and some complete
If
blow.
that doesn't work, you get a little more frustrated from
Exactly.
exist surroundings. Check here, great. I think you missed some queen c6.
Just gone bishop f6. I wanted to, but for some reason I just wanted to show off a little bit.
Yeah, this was really cute, but I think you would have been here half an hour earlier
Yeah.
if you had just played bishop f6. So rook h4 is nice, and now is the mistake. No, rook h1, ठीक है, king f2.
Bishop d5, yeah.
Yeah, just queen c6 and
Okay, but I had like 20 seconds. I just
Yeah,
thought, let's be safe.
and
I realized
still winning.
that after she played bishop c4, because I wanted to go bishop e4 back,
She
and it was
reprieved.
about to play it, and she had bishop e6.
Oh yeah. It's good you got time here. So that's nice. But I think you made a mistake on the next move as well. Yeah. Maybe because of that, this bishop e4, bishop e6.
I couldn't find
So
a
you-
reason actually. When I initially played bishop d5, I wanted to just play queen c6, queen d5.
Mhm.
But then I saw rook e5, d5, and it seemed unnecessarily complicated.
Okay, this is tough.
d5, does it work? Okay, I didn't see bishop. I
This
thought that.
could have been played like 5 moves earlier, bishop f6.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's tough. And I think even in the end, when you were almost winning, queen c6 again helped. So this queen had to be on this diagonal.
I was really
maybe.
worried about that. I thought b4, b5, and I'm done.
I think
I did not like my position.
yeah, now it's even the engine is like just +2,
I
0
thought
point.
it's so easy to play for her because you kick my rook out and then you push
Yeah.
the pawn, you just keep everything.
Like in blitz, you want to maybe be wide
Yeah.
in this position.
Yeah.
But okay. F4 is again nice, and now see it's like little bit better for her. But knight h2 really helped. And
Yeah, knight h2. I'm surprised because this is the moment we paused.
okay. When you all got up from
Yeah.
your
Paused. I played f4 and immediately we paused. So she had like 5-10 minutes to think before she played.
extra from her club.
Extra, yeah. And then she spent another 5 minutes and played knight h2. I was really surprised.
Yeah, and I think this is where the tide
Yeah.
turned again. And after this, now I think you didn't allow any slip ups. So bishop f6, knight g4. Now it's very smooth.
Yeah,
And
after this it worked.
I think you had to play bishop f6 and queen c6. You did that like 5-10 moves later, but finally got it in. And yeah, rook c5 is just amazing. Yeah, very clean finish in the end. So your thoughts about the game overall? Happy with the win?
Not really. I'm stuck. Today was like, I don't know any result that would have come today. I was just too tired with these surroundings. It's not.
But I think your opening prep worked out. So kudos to you and your coach for that.
Yes.
And always nice to start the event with a win.
I think it will be easier to deal with it like in 1-2 hours when I'm not overwhelmed with everything.
You had some dinner and then.
Yeah. Then I will be happy with win.
Sure. Thank you so much for your time and all the best for the next round.
Thank you.
Guys, that was the start of the day. Divya Deshmukh winning with the black pieces, and we have still one more game remaining. That is between Munguntuul and Salome. That game should be finishing any moment soon. But yeah, very happy to share that we have about 3 decisive games so far, 1 draw between Humpy and Vaishali, and this is the last game that's going on. And knight d4 was played. I think this maybe can black take this now? No, bishop d4, knight d4. Then the a6 pawn will be lost. So Salome should not play bishop into d4. And she goes king g7, the best move in the position. Knight f5 check quickly played. Munguntuul is trying to put pressure. Just 30 seconds for black. King g8, king h8, king f8. All three of the moves work. I think king f6 is the only blunder, but of course that loses to g7. So that won't be happening. And let's see. 20 seconds. He goes king f8. That's a good move. Black still holding the draw, and knight f5 check, king f8 on the board, and bishop d7. Now, this is the critical moment, chat. Viewers, only one move draws for black. That is king to g8. Because the knight on b4 is kind of offside, doesn't have really any square to go to. Bishop on c3 could play bishop f6, but I think it's just So difficult. 10 seconds for Salome to find king g8 and she touches the bishop. It's a blunder. Bishop f6. You see the bar going up. And now g7. This is what Munguntuul was playing on for 4.5 hours down. 70 moves in. And finally, the lowest seed of the tournament makes a blunder under immense time pressure. Now, the winning idea for white is to push the pawn to g7. Black has to take the pawn. If you go king on the side, there's bishop e6 check. And does she realize it? I saw her, heads in her hand, but g7, bishop takes g7, knight takes g7, king captures, and now you have to play the one and only move that wins, which is king e5. It's kind of like the shouldering technique, because if you go king on the side, allows the king to come in. So you have to keep the king shouldering keep the black king away from the action with king e5, then get slowly in and capture the pawn on a6. Wow, what a finale we have had. And then if white manages to convert this, oh no, she doesn't play g7. That was the only winning move. Will she get another chance? No, looks like the position is still in her favor. Still winning. Not sure if both the players realize, but g7 is the only winning plan, and I'm pretty sure after a point she will play it. White's a very strong player. Maybe she gets bishop on this a2 g8 diagonal first and then plays g7. 3.5 minutes for her. It's action time. You've put in the pressure. Now you have to make the winning move. I think the shouldering idea is the most toughest idea to find out. And 3 minutes now for white. Both the sides. Oh, bishop c6. Okay. Still has the win. $20 for black. Does she spot? Does she know that she's lost? Knight b4 looks like a perfectly normal move. 10 seconds for Salome. And she plays knight b4. I think she has played knight b4. And now bishop a4 or bishop d7 once again is the best move in the position. She plays bishop d7, rather bishop b7. What? Now the bar drops again. It's suddenly a draw once again, because you need the bishop to be on this diagonal when you play g7 check, because otherwise the shouldering doesn't work. And somehow out of the blue, black is back in the game. 7 seconds. Don't lose on time. Bishop c3 again. Okay. Position is back to equality. Plus 0.40 advantage for white, which was plus 5 if she had just played the g7 idea. Oh boy, And when was the last? Okay, last pawn push was g6 on the 66th move. So there's a lot of time for that. What does Munguntuul do here? Because she was completely winning. Maybe she didn't even realize it, but missed a huge winner. Brings the king back. No, that's not the way. That's not going to get her anyway. Because, black can keep chilling with the bishop. There's absolutely no entry to the white king. And how do you win? How do you win? You have to go g7 at some point. Love to see the fighting spirit here, but I don't expect a draw offer from either side. But black is fully focused now, has 1 minute. White's time is in fact coming down, and just 3 minutes 15 seconds there. Under 3 minutes now. Two and a half minutes. Can she find the winning plan? Remember, the only winning plan that White has to get the bishop on this square or any square on this diagonal and then play pawn to g7. Oh, Munguntuul completely going off in the wrong direction with king d2, I think. Yeah, that's... You need the king to be on e5 after the trades, not on d2 or c3. It's looking like more like a draw than any other result. Maybe, now Munguntuul will just push in g7 and then try to trap this black knight. 30 seconds for Salome. Salome cannot relax. She has to be focused to find the exact defensive idea. Bishop to e5. Now I think Munguntuul will play g7. White has to try something. Otherwise, it's simply a draw. G7 check. Is that possible now? Let's have a quick look. G7, bishop G7, knight G7, king G7, and king C3 is winning for White. So G7 check, king G8 is the draw. Does Munguntuul try G7 now? 40 seconds for Salome to figure out. Under 2 minutes for both players. We are to like 4.5 hours, 5th hour of play. No, sorry, that's 5.5 hours of play. So almost closing in on 6 hours. I think you have to play G7. Give it a try. Come on, let's go. She's calculating. You can see her fully focused. Can the slight chance of a mistake by black and you win the game. She goes G7. Remember, black has to play king G8. You cannot play bishop takes G7. I know it's a mistake by the computer because you lose all your winning chances if black plays king G8. Salome has 30 seconds to figure it out. "15 seconds. King G8 or King F7. In fact, King F7 also a draw. She moves the King G8. What a defense. And now, because White does not have this check with the bishop, otherwise this would have been winning. And she goes bishop c8. She wants to give a check. So let's say a null move by black. And it's bishop check and a new queen with a mate. But bishop c8, bishop into g7, now taken by Salome at the exact moment. I can see that move on the board, not yet on the compute. Yeah, g7, bishop g7, knight g7. Salome just calculating, do I play king into g7 or I just go knight c6 and knight takes pawn? Remember, king into g7 is a huge blunder. Will throw the draw away. Black has to play knight c6 and capture the pawn on a5. Knight c6 is a draw. King move, any king move is a loss for black. She's thinking, oh no, she captures the knight. No! And bishop b7, white is winning again. What a game, roller coaster game. And bishop b7, Munguntuul is winning again. Oh my god. 5.5 hours in, and the blunder comes in on the 78th move. King f6, king c3. This pony is a goner because it will be trapped in the corner. If you just move it in the corner, I go up, bishop takes pawn, bishop moves, and my pawn will queen. Oh my god, she was so close to a draw. So close. In fact, white can win a move here. Play king b2. Knight goes back and then play king b3. Oh no, it's very tricky. You can just maybe continue with king c4 here probably. And then she plays king c4. And very, very important point to note is this a5 pawn will queen on a8, which is the correct colored pawn for the bishop. Otherwise, if it was a wrong colored pawn, then the king reaching b8 would be a draw. So Munguntuul had that going in her favor. Now, any move that she plays, just bishop takes a6, bishop b7, a6, a7, a8, because this pony is out of play. The horsey can't get back, and Salome, what a heroic defense she did until move 78, before king g7 was the ultimate blunder. 15 seconds for her. Maybe now she realizes king goes to e7. Now, just bishop takes a6, and because you have the extra pawn, you will just go and trap this knight in the corner. Black does not have enough moves for the knight. Bishop a6 should be played. Yeah, bishop a6 on the board. Let's see what Salome does. She has 35 seconds. Hand is hovering over the king. King to d6. Looks so close to a draw, but in fact, this knight is just caught offside into enemy territory. The knight, if it had been anywhere on the 4th rank and just behind that, it's a draw. But this has just come so far into enemy lines that it will be now captured by the white pieces. Just there are moves like bishop b5 and just go after the knight, and there is no way for black to defend against that. Munguntuul trying to apply the finishing touches to a very, very resourceful attacking game. And she finds it. Bishop b5 on the board. Amazing technique here by white. And it's all, I see now the engine is saying mate in 22. But I feel even if black loses the knight, black is going to throw in the towel and it's going to be game over. It's just so difficult because knight c1, I just go king c3 and gobble up the knight, because once even if the pawn is on a6, the bishop controls all the escape squares for the knight. So what does she do? She's gone king c7, and now I think just king b3, knight c1, king b2, and the knight has no escape square, and it's game over. Salome now realizes it too little, too late. But she had the option of capturing the white's last pawn. Why wouldn't you do that? Now 35 seconds. Yeah, so if you just go back to the 78th move where she had an option. So g7 takes, knight takes. Now black just had to go knight c6 and play knight a5. She missed that, and Munguntuul has converted a very Carlsen-esque win. What out of stone. Just putting the pressure, and Salome cracking under time pressure. 10 seconds, knight c1 played. And king b2. The bishop is controlling all escape squares for the knight. And it's resignable. And again, like I said, very important that the a5 pawn queens on a light square. Otherwise, if this bishop is a dark squared bishop, the game is a draw. It just comes down to these fine details that we have a winner. Otherwise, the game would have ended in a draw. 10 seconds resignation expected on this move. 5 seconds. And there you go. What a win. What an amazing win. And I think they're discussing that only. That knight c6 would have ended the game in a draw. Fabulous win by Munguntuul. What a win. What a first day this has been. 5.5 hours in, and we'll just go through all the results overall. And we have 4 wins now. Suddenly, so chat, there's 4 wins, 1 draw out of the 5 games. So you see very, very high fighting games, and I can just share all the results quickly with you, and that will be. So we had our first result in Zhu Jiner beating Dronavalli Harika in first result of the tournament. Second up, there was a nice fighting draw where Vaishali was trying to put in a fight, but had good defense by Humpy. And after that, we saw a nice win by Polina Shuvalova against Alina Kashlinskaya, who was, Alina was pressing, but Polina showed great resourcefulness. And then the game of the day was between Divya Deshmukh winning with the black pieces against Nurgyul Salimova in the London defense. Divya played a great game with black, and definitely our game of the day there. And lastly, when we all thought after 85 moves, so many hours in, the game might end in a draw, it was so close. Salome was putting up such a nice defense. As you can see on the screen, players are still discussing that. That's what makes them chess professionals. You see the knight on a5. If we can zoom in and show that is the exact position that we were telling the only way to draw. And that is what she missed. And look at Salome, such a nice fighting spirit and such nice sportsmanship. She's, even after a tough loss, she's still analyzing with her opponent with a smile on her face, and that shows she's such a nice champion. And with that, we will get into a short break and come back with the summary of the day. and welcome back to the closing segment of day one of the Women's 2025 Grand Prix here in Pune, India. We had 4 winners today, so that was Zhu Jiner won against Harika, and then we had a draw between Humpy and Vaishali. Then Shuvalova beat Kashlinskaya with the black pieces. Then game of the day, Divya Deshmukh beat Salimova with the black pieces again. And lastly, Munguntuul with the marathon win over Melia Salome. So first day was super exciting. 4 wins, 1 draw. We are going to have plenty of more action coming up. So it's going to be same time tomorrow at 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So we look forward to seeing you all there. And just before we go, a big shout out to all our sponsors here. Firstly, FIDE, of course, the organizing committee, AICF, MCA, the local organizing committee, and our sponsors, that is Bisleri, Sports Authority of India, Government of Maharashtra, and Amarora Freetown as well. So big shout out to everyone, and thank you so much for supporting this event. And we'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Thank you so much, and good night.